I have countless wealth and power, and I have stood at the top of the world. But I don't want to be high profile and just want to live an ordinary life with my childhood sweetheart, a celebrity wife. Unexpectedly, my wife was selected to participate in a reality show called Getting to Know Your Other Half. I was broadcast live around the world without my knowledge. My secret identity and amazing skills were revealed one by one under the camera. My secrets could no longer be hidden. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. And if you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. Part 2. My moon goddess is my moon goddess. She is so awesome. In the live broadcast room, a joke triggered a heated discussion, and everyone speculated about some recent major events. Have you read the news? Several media companies that spread rumors and caused trouble have been disciplined by the authorities. I saw it. No wonder there are fewer black fans recently. It turns out that the leader of the black fans was taken away. The official action is really awesome. I don't think it's that simple. This time it should be the understanding program team that made the effort behind the scenes and proved their strength, someone analyzed. But isn't understanding just a small show? There isn't such a strong force behind it, right? Could it be that Lin Wuyu's connections played a role? Fuck, now that you mention it, it seems possible. The discussion among netizens gradually turned to Lin Wuyu because those media companies had jointly targeted the Understand program and tried to bring it down. However, the Understand team quickly fought back, which led to a heavy blow from the official, and the operation was clean and neat. Could it really be related to Lin Wuyu? Someone doubted, but quickly denied it. It's impossible. Manhwa Media has nothing to do with Lin Wuyu. Don't guess randomly. Just keep watching. The truth will come out sooner or later. An audience member said calmly, obviously looking forward to this drama. At the same time, my novel A Little Healing Trick Every Day won the Most Influential Novel of the Year award, which instantly attracted countless attention. Traffic soared, and income also began to soar. A masterpiece. The plot of this novel is simply genius. A director exclaimed excitedly, staring at the screen of his mobile phone, completely immersed in the story. It's a pity that there are only 300,000 words. It would be much better if there were 1 million words, he sighed. The idea of turning it into a TV series came to mind, but he also understood that only when the novel reached its peak of fame could the IP be stable. Many authors began to study my writing techniques, analyzing the details of rhythm, plot design, and emotional mobilization. Even those who thought that writing online literature only relied on invincible flow or waste material counterattack have realized the depth of online literature. While I was busy sorting out this information, Suyueling leaned in my arms and said with a smile, "Honey, autumn is coming soon. Shall we go shopping for some clothes tomorrow?" I nodded gently. Okay, let's go shopping in the city center. I haven't been out for a walk for a long time. We decided to go to the city center, where the pedestrian streets and big-name stores were just right. I couldn't help but look forward to it when I thought about the relaxation of not going out for a long time. Then tomorrow, Suyueling responded excitedly, her face filled with satisfaction. Our income has increased significantly over the years, and we no longer need to worry about expenses. The audience in the live broadcast room went wild. Tomorrow in the city center? Isn't this a perfect opportunity to meet by chance? I'm going to ask for an autograph. Will the moon goddess be so surprised that she will freeze? Don't go too far. It might scare Lin Wuyu. Some viewers also reminded not to let the program team's secrets be exposed to avoid affecting the program's effects. Then this show will really lose its fun, and the next couple will probably have the same boring private money and cheating plot. A night passed, and the weekend morning was quiet and warm. Suyueling slept in for a rare time, lying contentedly on the bed, the sunlight streaming into the room through the curtains. I got up early, quickly finished today's novel update to satisfy those never-satisfied readers, then went into the kitchen and started preparing breakfast. Wife, get up and have breakfast. I called her with a freshly cooked porridge. I heard her yawning and walking out of the room, and she smelled the fragrance in the air with sleepy eyes. It smells so good. It's porridge? She looked surprised, as if she had discovered a new world. Drinking porridge in the morning is good for your stomach. I handed her a bowl with a smile. Go wash up and eat. We still have to clean up the storage room later. The storage room was filled with all sorts of things, including books, old items, and weird gadgets that Suyueling had bought on impulse. The entire room was almost full. Halfway through sorting, I suddenly found a red lacquered wooden box that was just the right size to fit in my palm. Oh no! I felt a pang in my heart and hurriedly hid the box behind me, secretly observing whether Su Yueling had noticed it. Fortunately, she was sitting in the living room drinking porridge and watching short videos on her phone, and didn't notice my actions at all. However, my little actions were seen by millions of people in the live broadcast room. Fuck, that box doesn't look simple. It's hidden so carefully. Is it a new discovery after the chef's certificate last time? Could it contain a secret of adolescence, such as a love letter written to your first love? The audience's curiosity was instantly ignited, and all kinds of speculations were flying in the barrage. Even the host, Bing Bing, couldn't help but say, "This box must be hiding a very important secret, right?" At this time, Su Yueling, who had no idea, came over after finishing her porridge and said with a smile, "Let me help you. Let's finish cleaning quickly. We still have to go shopping in the afternoon." "No." I hurriedly hugged the quilt in my hands and said casually, "You just finished your meal. You should rest for a while. There are not many things. I can pack them up quickly. I'm not a squeamish person." She reached out her hand gently, trying to help me catch the quilt in my hand. "No," I yelled out reflexively, so loudly that she was stunned. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. "Oh my God, Lin Wuyu is angry. He looks gentle on the surface, but he is still fierce to his wife. What is hidden in this box?" The moon goddess is so scary when she is angry. I feel scared too. Su Yueling looked at me blankly. Her eyes instantly turned red. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to fall. I took a deep breath, calmed down, and put on a righteous expression. "Wife, you are the wife I finally married, so of course I should do the dirty work. As long as I'm here, you will never have to worry about these things." I said it in a loud voice, but in my heart, I was secretly glad that I had finally made up my mind. Su Yueling was startled, and the grievance in her eyes instantly turned into touching. She rushed over and hugged me. "Husband, you are so good." The moment she picked me up, I took the opportunity to stuff the wooden box into the quilt and threw it on the ground with smooth movements. The live broadcast room was instantly boiling with excitement. "Awesome. He used sweet words to resolve the crisis. His emotional intelligence is amazing. I've learned a lot, but I still want to know what's in the box." In the barrage, some people were moved to tears, some made sarcastic comments, and some seriously thought about how to apply this trick to their own lives. It turns out that love and wisdom can save the day in this way. The audience in front of the screen laughed and couldn't help but become more curious about the unsolved secrets in the box. Okay, go back to your room and choose some clothes. We'll have to leave in a few minutes." I patted Su Yueling's back gently, trying my best to calm her down. The warmth from my palms made her feel at ease again. Taking advantage of this gap, the host of the live broadcast, Bing Bing, began another emotional speech. In fact, some women don't ask for much. They are willing to give everything for just a sentence like, "I will always be with you," or "I love you." Unfortunately, love has changed nowadays. There are fewer and fewer good men and women, and stories like that of loving only one person in a lifetime mostly only appear in movies. Her words hit people's hearts like a hammer, triggering crazy discussions in the barrage. Love is now fast food, with no sincerity. I still hope to find someone to spend my life with, but it's too difficult. I want to get married. Do you have a car, a house, and a gift? What's the point of talking about marriage if you don't even have the basic conditions? These emotions continued on the screen, and I took advantage of the busy 10 minutes to finally clean up the storage room. I sorted out the old clothes and quilts to donate, and those strange small items were packed and disposed of at a low price. Buy a bookshelf, an ergonomic chair, and a computer desk. Su Yueling sat beside me, writing down the list of things to buy on her phone. She even planned to buy me a treadmill, saying that online riders are bad for their health if they sit for too long, so they need to exercise more. Forget about the treadmill. I only write for 2 hours every day. Don't I already exercise in the evening? I lifted her chin and took the opportunity to kiss her gently. "Oh my, dog food is coming. I am so tired of this couple's dog food. I am willing to lie down for this one. I am so envious of old people. It is so good to be young." Some people began to express their feelings in the barrage, some made jokes, and even some criminals took the opportunity to advertise and sell fake drugs. As a result, their accounts were quickly blocked by the authorities, causing the audience to burst into laughter. After we finished packing, it was already 2 p.m. We took a taxi and headed straight to the city center. The distance was not far, and the 8 kilometers journey was quick, although it might take a little longer due to the traffic jam during rush hour. Brothers, the protagonists are leaving. Get ready to meet the moon goddess. The program crew is really boring. The couple has left. What else is there to keep? Let's go. Although the host Bing Bing tried hard to retain the audience, the number of people in the live broadcast room decreased rapidly as we left, from several million to less than 500,000, which made her smile helplessly. Arriving in the city center, we headed directly to the busiest pedestrian street, where there were all kinds of food stalls and branded clothing stores. In the bustling crowd, college couples could be seen everywhere, holding hands and making the atmosphere of the street even more romantic. Wife, let's go to this one. I pointed to a popular brand clothing store and pulled Sui Welling in. Although it was a popular brand, the price of the clothes was not cheap, and any piece cost thousands of yuan. Sui Welling originally planned to buy some cheap clothes, but after being persuaded by me, she chose a few sets of satisfactory styles and spent over 10,000 yuan when she checked out. When I walked out of the store, I noticed that many people on the street were taking photos with their cell phones, and the cameras seemed to be pointed at us. Are these people reporters? I touched my chin and looked around in confusion. Honey, have I become more handsome again? I feel like people are staring at me wherever I go. I joked with a smile, but deep down I felt something was wrong. He is indeed more handsome, but a little thinner. Sui Welling gave me a meaningful look. She obviously understood that those who took photos were probably fans of the live broadcast. Really? It seems that my appearance becomes more outstanding as I get older. I touched my chin, thinking complacently, as if I was admiring some unspeakable charm of mine. Sui Welling couldn't help but hold her forehead and looked at me speechlessly. When did my husband become so narcissistic? But then I thought it seems that he has always been so narcissistic. After choosing furniture and clothes, it was already 6 or 7 p.m. when we got home. When the audience who entered the live broadcast room saw us again, the comments suddenly exploded. The moon goddess finally showed up. While it's still early, the moon goddess should update her novel for an hour. It's not enough. Stop talking nonsense. I hope the moon goddess will write until she dies on the keyboard. Some fans even shared the video they took when they met me today. Unexpectedly, I looked even more handsome in real life when I was away from the live camera. My deep eyes and strong face were simply lethal. Sure enough, our moon goddess has a killer look. She's a walking hormone. This is a real tough guy. He can beat those young hunks. The barrage was full of crazy praise for my looks. After returning home, I worked with 2 movers to move the furniture in. The bookshelves were filled with my collection of books, and the room immediately looked like a study. Ancient history, Dream of the Red Chamber, strange stories from a Chinese studio. Wow, the moon goddess is really a cultured person. The audience expressed amazement when they saw the books on the bookshelf. The only modern novel I have is the unfinished work I wrote myself. I put it on the bookshelf when it was printed as a souvenir. I've read all these books. Why not donate them? Sui Welling casually opened one and found many annotations I had written on it. Donate? Kids nowadays are already addicted to short videos and mobile games. Who would watch these? I responded with a smile while continuing to organize the books. That's what you say, but if you donate it, there will always be 1 or 2 people who will see it. She said softly, her tone was gentle, but it was impossible to refute. I paused and stopped thinking. At this moment, a stack of paper tied with a small rubber band slipped out of a book. What is this? Sui Welling picked it up curiously and looked at the small pieces of paper with childish but sincere handwriting. The director immediately focused the camera on the note, and the audience in the live broadcast room also saw the contents clearly. Teacher Lin, our primary school has been renovated. Now we have a beautiful teacher who teaches us every day. Teacher Lin, I miss you so much. I miss your voice when you lecture, and every day you guide us. Teacher Lin, I'm Wang Mei. My father said he would send me to the Opera Academy. I have fulfilled my dream. These immature handwriting and typos all reveal innocence and nostalgia for me. Fuck, Yushin used to be a volunteer teacher? No way, how many jobs has this person had? These kids really like him. Why did Yushin leave? Sui Welling looked at the note in her hand, then looked up at me, her eyes full of confusion and shock. Husband, these? These were written by my students when I was teaching in Longquan Village 7 years ago. I stroked the notes gently, with a hint of nostalgia in my tone. Those were the purest times. The smiling faces of the children, the simple villagers, and the blue sky and white clouds all made my heart more peaceful than ever before. The live broadcast room was quiet for a moment, and then the barrage of comments came overwhelmingly. It's so heartwarming. The moon god is really a treasure. Who cannot love such a man? The children of Longquan village are so lucky to have such a good teacher. Holding the stack of notes, the scenes of my teaching in those years emerged in my mind. The smiling faces of the children and the tranquility of the small mountain village seemed as far away as a century, but they appeared so clearly in front of me. On the other hand, the atmosphere in the Kyoto Military Region family quarters seems particularly quiet. This is the retirement base for the great men who have made great contributions to the country. Everyone who lives here has had extraordinary experiences and contributions. In room 1103 of Building 1, a gray-haired old man was staring at the screen of his mobile phone, his hands trembling slightly. When he saw the young man on the screen narcissistically touching his chin and talking, his eyes were instantly moist. "Little friend Lin," the old man murmured in a low voice, as if he was confirming something, or as if he was recalling something. He was sure that the young man on the screen was the moon god who had helped him that year. "Grandpa, what are you talking about?" A little girl of 6 or 7 years old ran to the old man, staring at the phone with her big watery eyes, and asked curiously. The old man touched his granddaughter's head and said in a gentle voice, "Tuan Tuan, this big brother looks very much like Grandpa's former benefactor." However, his heart was full of doubts. That young moon god was the leader of the moonless mercenary group, and he led his troops to fight in countless dangerous places. How could he have turned into this gentle and narcissistic man on the screen? His thoughts drifted back to the time when he was 42 years old, when he had an overseas mission that he would never forget in his life. The secret documents of the state were hijacked by the DI mercenary group. It was a mercenary organization with more than 300 fully armed members, and its strength was enough to rival the elite special forces. The Dragon State could only send a team of 20 people to carry out the mission, because the mission location was in another country, and sending too many troops might cause international disputes. 20 people against 300 people, this mission was almost a life-or-death struggle. "Grandpa, what happened next?" The little girl was fascinated and asked impatiently, blinking her big eyes. The old man took a deep breath and said slowly, "That night, the news of the infiltration was leaked, and we fell directly into an ambush set by the Day mercenary group. Teammates fell one after another, and I watched the captain, Lone Wolf, and Stone fall in front of me. His voice was choked with sobs, and tears fell one by one. For a soldier, the sacrifice of a comrade is an unbearable pain. It is the trust established between life and death, and the brotherhood that is given to each other with their lives. I knew the consequences of mission failure, and I also knew that I couldn't let the files fall into the hands of the enemy. So, I ignored orders, left the sniper point, and rushed directly to the heart of the DI mercenary group. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand tremblingly, as if caressing the scene in his memory. I was shot in the thigh, and the bullet grazed my eyes. The captain beside me stared at me, with his eyes full of regret and unwillingness. "Grandpa, how did you survive?" the little girl asked anxiously. "Just when I thought we were doomed, the Day mercenary group was suddenly attacked by another mercenary group." The old man's eyes flickered, as if he had returned to the scene of that night. That was a mercenary group with only 100 people, but with overwhelming coordination and strength, they completely defeated the other side. In the darkness and the firelight, a young man stood in front of Caesar, the leader of the DI mercenary group, like a god of war, and said in a cold and domineering voice, "Hand over the things." At that moment, the old man witnessed the young man defeat Caesar with 3 moves. His powerful aura seemed to come from another world. He looks only 18 years old, but every move he makes is awe-inspiring. "Is that young man Superman?" The little girl's eyes sparkled, and her tone was full of admiration. The old man shook his head and smiled very gently. "He is not a Superman, he just did what he could. He said to me at the time, 'Leave the mission to me, you go back alive.'" Recalling this, the old man looked at the phone screen again. His eyes fell on Lin Wuyu. He sighed slightly. So many years have passed, he should have changed. The person in front of me has gentle eyes and a face full of love for life. Is he really the same person as the decisive and fierce moon god back then? At the same time, the audience in the live broadcast room was also deeply shocked. "Oh my God, has the moon god really done so many things? No wonder he has a different temperament. It turns out he has been through all this." Grandpa's memories are so touching. This kind of comradeship and sacrifice really makes people cry. Su Yueling saw the stack of notes in Lin Wuyue's hand and asked with confusion, "Husband, What's going on with these? These notes were written to me by my students when I went to Longquan Village to teach 7 years ago. Lin Wuyu stroked the stack of notes with a gentle smile on her face. That period was the cleanest and purest days in my life. In his memories emerged the innocent smiles of the children, the clear blue sky of the village, and the simple villagers. Those images seemed to have purified all the haze in his heart and made him smile from the bottom of his heart. Honey, when did you get your teaching certificate? Su Yueling stared at me and asked several questions in a row. How many years have you been teaching? Also, are there any girls in the village who like you? Not only was she curious, but the more than 3 million viewers in the live broadcast room also pricked up their ears, looking forward to the next answer. Teacher's certificate? I stroked my chin and answered easily. I got it a long time ago. It's easy. I taught for 2 years, and then I became a chef at a state banquet. After I got tired of the life of a chef, I met you. Is it true that no one in the village likes you? Su Yueling asked. How can no one like me? I said seriously. Look, I'm so handsome. Of course some people like me, but I already have you in my heart, so I rejected their affection directly. Bah! Su Yueling blushed and slapped me lightly in anger. You didn't even know me at that time. How could you say I already existed? Why not? I pretended to be serious and said gently. I have seen you many times in my dreams. It is destined that we will meet, get to know each other, fall in love, and stay together for life. Fuck! The comments exploded instantly. This dog food caught me off guard. Well done. Luna, did you flirt with me in my dream? You're such a genius. I've had 3 meals today. Thank you for feeding me. The hearts of single dogs are hit hard by 10,000 points. Su Yueling's face flushed red, and she muttered speechless but said nothing else. At this time, Bing Bing expressed her feelings in the live broadcast room. Volunteer teachers are a profession worthy of respect. They travel thousands of miles just to give children in poor areas an education. Although educational resources cannot be completely equal, the country has been working hard to ensure that every child has the opportunity to receive knowledge. Knowledge is like a ray of light in the darkness, helping children get out of the mountains and planting the seeds of hope. Bing Bing's tone gradually became emotional, sketching out the picture of volunteer teachers crossing muddy mountain roads and teaching and educating people. The comments were instantly filled with resonance. Sister Bing Bing's words are so touching. The volunteer teachers are really great. They are the future of the children in the mountain villages. Alas, I wasted so many good resources, and now I feel a little guilty. At this moment, Su Yueling suddenly remembered the contents of the small notes and asked curiously, Husband, this Wang Mei said that she entered the opera academy. Li Gang aspired to be a boss, and Wang Ning was invited by the research institute. Is this true? I nodded, thinking of those children. Wang Mei is indeed very talented in music. I just taught her some basics and helped her record a few songs. Later, she was admitted to the opera academy. As for Li Gang, this kid started some small businesses in school when he was young. He's very good at selling things, so it's not surprising that he wants to be a boss. I smiled and continued. As for Wang Ning, he has loved tinkering with small inventions since he was young. I taught him some physics knowledge and helped him improve his designs several times. Before I left, this little guy did make something. So, these are all true? Su Yueling's eyes widened in shock. These kids are so amazing. They have achieved so much at such a young age. The comments went wild. Fuck, are all these students evil? If you meet a student like this, you can brag about it for the rest of your life. Yushin just met a bunch of them. Talent is indeed important, but without a good teacher, talent cannot be brought into play. Yushin is the real mentor. What's wrong with Yushin's scientific research and music skills? Are they hidden so deeply? Do you think Yushin is a musical genius? An audience member joked, but someone immediately responded. No, his singing of Shishasha was so brainwashing that I wanted to call the police. I'm afraid his level is not good enough. I smiled at the comments and said, these kids are indeed very talented, but their hard work cannot be ignored. As for me, I just walked with them for a while and helped them a little. Hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room sighed. Sure enough, a good horse needs a good trainer. No matter how talented a person is, he still needs someone to guide him. Yushin is not only beautiful, but also can teach such excellent students. Awesome. That Li Gang will really become a big boss in the future. Remember to give Yushin a share of the profits. Chapter 0056, Long Forgotten Video. People in the live broadcast room were speculating, and some curious people even searched the names of the 2 students. I want to see if they have made any progress after a few years. So you actually worked as a volunteer teacher. Su Yueling looked at Lin Wuyu with some unspeakable meaning in her eyes. The charm of a man lies in his dominance and responsibility. Lin Wuyu went to help students in the mountainous areas, which invisibly made his image complete. He is handsome, can cook, make money, is educated, and is a volunteer teacher. Such a man is definitely the dream of millions of girls. Su Yueling was also lucky to marry such a husband. Miss Su's family are all good people. As far as I know, Miss Su is also a kind person. She often helps those in need when she has sufficient funds. I used to be curious about why they can live such a good life. Now I understand that this is a reward from God. Bing Bing looked at the couple in the picture with envy. Who wouldn't be afraid of marriage if they could have such a family? More and more young people are afraid of marriage. The core reason is that they are afraid of the shackles of marriage and are unable to afford the bride price and the responsibilities that come with it. But isn't getting married and having children just a moral obligation? If you can meet a woman like Su Yueling, there will probably be many men who want to marry her. The program crew had asked them for the details, and they said they didn't spend a penny on the betrothal gift and just had a wedding banquet. It was also because of Lin Wuyu's ability that he was able to convince Su Yueling's family. I found it. I found it. A few minutes later, some netizens hurriedly made public the information they found on Xiaodu. Longquan Village is a very, very poor mountainous area, deep in the mountains and isolated from the outside world. Many children have to walk for more than an hour, or even 2 or 3 hours, to go to school on the mountain road. Oh my God, isn't this the poor mountain village you see in those movies? Not only that, if the villagers want to go to the market, they can only take the mountain path, which is more than 30 miles long and most of it is steep. Fuck. See the photos and information released. The audience in the live broadcast room finally realized how happy they were. Living in a big city, or at worst a town, it takes at most half an hour to walk to school, and that's on a cement road. The mountain road of Longquan Village in the photo can probably be compared to the mountain climbing road of the scenic spot, but the villagers there have to go back and forth every day. The program team also found some information about Longquan Village, which was similar to what the people in the live broadcast room said, but in more detail. In the early years, Metamorphosis had selected people there, but was rejected by a volunteer teacher who said that they were a program that harmed people. This news even became a hot topic. Bing Bing saw a piece of information about Longquan Village and wondered in her heart why there was another volunteer teacher. They all know the Metamorphosis. At least 8 out of 10 rural children are ruined by the Metamorphosis. I have seen different landscapes, recognized rich people as my parents, enjoyed the favor of money, and escaped from the backwardness of the mountain village. What will happen to these children when they return to the mountain village? The program team took some effort to find this news, as it was removed by the public relations department of Where Are We Going, Dad? Not long after it was uploaded. I'm curious about what this volunteer teacher said to stop the Metamorphosis. Bing Bing, with a smile on her face, clicked on the video and appeared before the audience. It was a mountain village with rugged roads, and little kids were playing on the dirt road, getting dirty. The Metamorphosis vehicle was forced to stay on the mountain road and only reached the village entrance with the help of the villagers' horse-drawn carriage. The host at that time was a female host named Lan Yu, who was also well known in the industry. In order to get a direct view of what the village looks like and show the glorious side of the Metamorphosis project, they started live broadcasting throughout the entire process. This mountain village looks really backward. That's right. It takes more than an hour to get to the village by carriage. You can't drive on that road. I have to say that Metamorphosis's eyes are very sharp and searching. Sharp? It's just a rubbish show. Although they say they want to show a comprehensive performance. In fact, the production team of If You Were the One has already contacted the participants. He is a child without a father or a mother and can only rely on his grandparents for support. What a coincidence. The little girl's name is Wang Mei. Damn, this Wang Mei couldn't be the one from the moon god cult? It might be true. Well, the volunteer teacher. Could it be that the teacher who criticized Metamorphosis is Lin Wuyu? So cool. Everyone felt that something was wrong, but apart from Lin Wuyu, was there any other volunteer teacher in Longquan Village during that time period? Director, when was this video filmed? Bing Bing's brows slightly furrowed, noticing something strange. While the video was still playing, she asked the director who found the video, wanting to confirm whether it was what she had guessed. It was 6 years ago. What happened? Fuck, isn't this the time when Lin Wuyu said he would teach? The director was debugging the machine when he suddenly woke up and stared at the screen with wide eyes. Really? After traveling for a while, the production crew of Superboy finally arrived at the school located halfway up the mountain. It is called a school, but in fact it is just two dilapidated houses. However, it is worth mentioning that the outside of the house is cleaned very cleanly and many crops are planted. When they arrived, the sound of reading could be heard from inside the classroom. A young man in a shirt was standing at the door, looking curiously at the program team. "Hello, Mr. Xiaolin. We are the production team of Transformation." Lan Yu spoke first and greeted the young teacher. The camera gradually zooms in. A face that was extremely familiar to the audience in the live broadcast room appeared. "Is it really the moon god?" She still looks young, and her appearance is quite good. Lin Wuyu really went to the mountainous area to teach. So, it was Lin Wuyu who criticized metamorphosis back then? Well done, he is worthy of being my idol, moon god. I like him more and more. After confirming that the volunteer teacher was Lin Wuyu, the audience in the live broadcast room were actually very happy. "Are you guys a transformer?" Lin Wuyu looked towards the program crew, his brows slightly furrowed, somewhat unhappy. "Yes, we have already talked to Wang Mei's guardian, and he has agreed to participate in the filming of this program. Teacher Xiaolin, please let Wang Mei come out for a while." Lan Yu still had a smile on her face. She could naturally see that Lin Wuyu hated the program crew, but the other party's guardian had agreed, and the village party secretary had also agreed to their filming. So Lin Wuyu had to cooperate obediently. However, Lin Wuyu's next words surprised Lan Yu. Chapter 0057, what if you let your children participate as well? You are not welcome here. Please leave. Lin Wuyu stood coldly at the school gate, like an ancient pine tree facing the wind, guarding the dozens of students behind him. "Mr. Lin, we have obtained the guardian's permission." He agreed, and the village head and the village party secretary are here too. Lan Yu frowned, feeling somewhat disgusted with such unreasonable people. Now they are on the side of reason, and Lin Wuyu is unreasonable. "You said the village head and village party secretary agreed, and the guardian agreed. So why didn't they come along?" Lin Wuyu squinted at him and said, "I absolutely will not allow your program to harm my students." The program team made drastic changes after hearing this. This was a scene that was broadcast live in front of millions of viewers, and yet he was subjected to such an insult. Some people couldn't hold back and almost wanted to start a fight. "Don't be impulsive." Lan Yu signaled them with his eyes, then slowly walked in front of Lin Wuyu, intending to have a good talk with Lin Wuyu in a reasonable way. The show, Superboy, cannot be tainted with the word cruel. "Teacher Xiaolin, you are a teacher and you should know the importance of vision to students. Is it wrong for us to help students from poor areas broaden their horizons? Have they always limited their horizons to the small mountain village and lived in poverty all their lives?" The confident Lan Yu stood in front of Lin Wuyu. Although he was a head shorter than Lin Wuyu, he was very aggressive. Every sentence she said was about the benefits that Superboy brought to students, and the program must not be driven by malicious intent. Broaden their horizons? Lin Wuyu raised the textbook in his hand. After reading thousands of books, they will naturally broaden their horizons from books, not through the method of transformation. From the beginning, your program was prepared for the rich children in the city. They may be able to transform, but what about the children in the mountain villages? You keep saying it broadens our horizons, but if you do it this way, it will only pollute the children in the mountain village. Lin Wuyu's eyes were bright, and he spoke to Lan Yu in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. These words were all from his heart. Lin Wuyu had naturally watched the show Superboy, and his first impression was that it was a bad show. What are those city kids like who participate in the transformation program? He smokes and drinks, fights, eats and drinks well, is uneducated and arrogant. Most of them participate in the show just to become internet celebrities, and only a few really want to transform themselves. The appearance of such a person among a group of innocent children will inevitably have an impact on the student's growth. Lan Yu pointed at Lin Wuyu, but swallowed the words he wanted to say, because the following words were all detrimental to her image as a host. "This is just your opinion. Please don't disturb our work, the child's guardian." She wanted to say that the child's guardian had agreed, but when she turned around, there was no guardian of the child. It seemed that the other party left when he heard that they were going to school. "Just tell me how much money you gave to the village and how much you gave to Wang Mei's grandparents. Don't worry, don't look for them. They won't say in front of me that they want to send their children to participate in the show." Lin Wuyu faced the camera calmly, without any stage fright. "Oh my god, this video of Moon God is so cool." "That's good. What the Moon God said is not only his opinion, but also my opinion. My parents wanted to send me to participate in the show before, but considering some impacts, I didn't go in the end. Some of the kids who participated in Metamorphosis have actually become internet celebrities. People in the live broadcast room all agreed with Lin Wu Yu's statement. From the perspective of those in the city, this is just an experience of living and knowing how precious their current conditions are. And for rural children, this will completely change their character. Some children returned to the countryside and began to dislike their relatives and miss their wealthy and loving parents in the city. They often buy new clothes and show off their life in the big city. I have to say, Lin Wu Yu is a good teacher. Bing Bing didn't dare to make too many comments on if you were the one. After all, the show had its backers. If she offended them, she, as a small host, would not be able to bear the consequences. Even though it had been several years since the Transformer was banned, Bing Bing didn't dare to mention it. The picture is still continuing. Lan Yu's eyes widened as she stared at Lin Wu Yu in disbelief. Since the other party has watched the show Superboy, he should know their process. What is being said now will be broadcast live across the country. Immediately call the village party secretary and Wang Mei's guardian over and tell them that the volunteer teacher won't let us take the child away. She turned to look at the staff and gave stern orders. In fact, the director of the program team had already sent someone to call them, but it still takes some time to get to the foot of the mountain from here, so they can't arrive yet. The reason why Wang Mei was chosen is because she looks very well-behaved and is the kind of innocent little girl from the countryside. She is also said to be very talented in music and sings very well. Lan Yu thought about it and decided to start from this place. Then do you know why we chose Wang Mei? Before Lin Wu Yu could say anything lewd, Lan Yu immediately said, because she is a child with musical talent. The family participating in the program this time can enroll her in a music training class and give her the opportunity to develop her talent. Is there such a thing in this small mountain village? Children don't know much, but you are a volunteer teacher. You know how important opportunities are. If some talents are not discovered, they will disappear in the future. This host is indeed famous. His angle of speech is very tricky. The netizens in the live broadcast room were almost misled, but fortunately, they firmly believed in Lin Wu Yu's words and did not change their position. But there is no doubt that the city does have better opportunities and conditions, which has a great impact on Wang Mei. My students are talented, and I can teach them myself. Wang Mei knows how to choose, and the future will be better than you think. Lin Wu Yu looked at Lan Yu with a sneer and saw through his thoughts directly. You keep saying that you are doing this for the other person's good, but in fact you are just trying to gain traffic. If you let your child participate in such a program, you will definitely be the first person to object. Who said that? Lan Yu wanted to refute, but she actually had a child. What if she participated in the show? She knew the reality of the show, and it would be terrible if she ruined a child's life. Chapter 0056, Long Forgotten Video. People in the live broadcast room were speculating, and some curious people even searched the names of the two students. I want to see if they have made any progress after a few years. So you actually worked as a volunteer teacher. Su Yueling looked at Lin Wu Yu with some unspeakable meaning in her eyes. The charm of a man lies in his dominance and responsibility. Lin Wu Yu went to help students in the mountainous areas, which invisibly made his image complete. He is handsome, can cook, make money, is educated, and is a volunteer teacher. Such a man is definitely the dream of millions of girls. Su Yueling was also lucky to marry such a husband. Miss Su's family are all good people. As far as I know, Miss Su is also a kind person. She often helps those in need when she has sufficient funds. I used to be curious about why they can live such a good life. Now I understand that this is a reward from God. Bing Bing looked at the couple in the picture with envy. Who wouldn't be afraid of marriage if they could have such a family? More and more young people are afraid of marriage. The core reason is that they are afraid of the shackles of marriage and are unable to afford the bride price and the responsibilities that come with it. But isn't getting married and having children just a moral obligation? If you can meet a woman like Su Yueling, there will probably be many men who want to marry her. The program crew had asked them for the details, and they said they didn't spend a penny on the betrothal gift and just had a wedding banquet. It was also because of Lin Wu Yu's ability that he was able to convince Su Yueling's family. I found it. A few minutes later, some netizens hurriedly made public the information they found on Xiaodu. Longquan village is a very, very poor mountainous area, deep in the mountains and isolated from the outside world. Many children have to walk for more than an hour, or even 2 or 3 hours, to go to school on the mountain road. Oh my God, isn't this the poor mountain village you see in those movies? Not only that, if the villagers want to go to the market, they can only take the mountain path, which is more than 30 miles long and most of it is steep. Fuck. See the photos and information released. The audience in the live broadcast room finally realized how happy they were. Living in a big city, or at worst a town, it takes at most half an hour to walk to school, and that's on a cement road. The mountain road of Longquan Village in the photo can probably be compared to the mountain climbing road of the scenic spot, but the villagers there have to go back and forth every day. The program team also found some information about Longquan Village, which was similar to what the people in the live broadcast room said, but in more detail. In the early years, Metamorphosis had selected people there, but was rejected by a volunteer teacher who said that they were a program that harmed people. This news even became a hot topic. Bing Bing saw a piece of information about Longquan Village and wondered in her heart why there was another volunteer teacher. They all know the Metamorphosis. At least 8 out of 10 rural children are ruined by the Metamorphosis. I have seen different landscapes, recognized rich people as my parents, enjoyed the favor of money, and escaped from the backwardness of the mountain village. What will happen to these children when they return to the mountain village? The program team took some effort to find this news, as it was removed by the public relations department of Where Are We Going, Dad? Not long after it was uploaded. I'm curious about what this volunteer teacher said to stop the Metamorphosis. Bing Bing, with a smile on her face, clicked on the video and appeared before the audience. It was a mountain village with rugged roads, and little kids were playing on the dirt road, getting dirty. The Metamorphosis vehicle was forced to stay on the mountain road and only reached the village entrance with the help of the villagers' horse-drawn carriage. The host at that time was a female host named Lan Yu, who was also well known in the industry. In order to get a direct view of what the village looks like and show the glorious side of the Metamorphosis project, they started live broadcasting throughout the entire process. This mountain village looks really backward. That's right. It takes more than an hour to get to the village by carriage. You can't drive on that road. I have to say that Metamorphosis's eyes are very sharp and searching. Sharp? It's just a rubbish show. Although they say they want to show a comprehensive performance. In fact, the production team of If You Were the One has already contacted the participants. He is a child without a father or a mother and can only rely on his grandparents for support. What a coincidence. The little girl's name is Wang Mei. Damn. This Wang Mei couldn't be the one from the moon god cult? It might be true. Well, the volunteer teacher. Could it be that the teacher who criticized Metamorphosis is Lin Wuyu? So cool. Everyone felt that something was wrong. But apart from Lin Wuyu, was there any other volunteer teacher in Longquan Village during that time period? Director, when was this video filmed? Bing Bing's brows slightly furrowed, noticing something strange. While the video was still playing, she asked the director who found the video, wanting to confirm whether it was what she had guessed. It was 6 years ago. What happened? Fuck, isn't this the time when Lin Wuyu said he would teach? The director was debugging the machine when he suddenly woke up and stared at the screen with wide eyes. Really? After traveling for a while, the production crew of Superboy finally arrived at the school located halfway up the mountain. It is called a school, but in fact it is just 2 dilapidated houses. However, it is worth mentioning that the outside of the house is cleaned very cleanly and many crops are planted. When they arrived, the sound of reading could be heard from inside the classroom. A young man in a shirt was standing at the door, looking curiously at the program team. Hello, Mr. Xiaolin. We are the production team of Transformation. Lan Yu spoke first and greeted the young teacher. The camera gradually zooms in. A face that was extremely familiar to the audience in the live broadcast room appeared. Is it really the moon god? She still looks young, and her appearance is quite good. Lin Wuyu really went to the mountainous area to teach. So, it was Lin Wuyu who criticized Metamorphosis back then? Well done, he is worthy of being my idol, moon god. I like him more and more. After confirming that the volunteer teacher was Lin Wuyu, the audience in the live broadcast room were actually very happy. Are you guys a transformer? Lin Wuyu looked towards the program crew, his brows slightly furrowed, somewhat unhappy. Yes, we have already talked to Wang Mei's guardian, and he has agreed to participate in the filming of this program. Teacher Xiaolin, please let Wang Mei come out for a while. Lan Yu still had a smile on her face. She could naturally see that Lin Wuyu hated the program crew, but the other party's guardian had agreed, and the village party secretary had also agreed to their filming. So Lin Wuyu had to cooperate obediently. However, Lin Wuyu's next words surprised Lan Yu. Chapter 0057, what if you let your children participate as well? You are not welcome here. Please leave. Lin Wu stood coldly at the school gate, like an ancient pine tree facing the wind, guarding the dozens of students behind him. Mr. Lin, we have obtained the guardian's permission. He agreed, and the village head and the village party secretary are here too. Lan Yu frowned, feeling somewhat disgusted with such unreasonable people. Now they're on the side of reason, and Lin Wu is unreasonable. You said the village head and village party secretary agreed, and the guardian agreed. So why didn't they come along? Lin Wu squinted at him and said, I absolutely will not allow your program to harm my students. The program team made drastic changes after hearing this. This was a scene that was broadcast live in front of millions of viewers, and yet he was subjected to such an insult. Some people couldn't hold back and almost wanted to start a fight. Don't be impulsive. Lan Yu signaled them with his eyes, then slowly walked in front of Lin Wu, intending to have a good talk with Lin Wu in a reasonable way. The show, Superboy, cannot be tainted with the word cruel. Teacher Xiaolin, you are a teacher and you should know the importance of vision to students. Is it wrong for us to help students from poor areas broaden their horizons? Have they always limited their horizons to the small mountain village and lived in poverty all their lives? The confident Lan Yu stood in front of Lin Wu. Although he was a head shorter than Lin Wu, he was very aggressive. Every sentence she said was about the benefits that Superboy brought to students, and the program must not be driven by malicious intent. Broaden their horizons? Lin Wu raised the textbook in his hand. After reading thousands of books, they will naturally broaden their horizons from books, not through the method of transformation. From the beginning, your program was prepared for the rich children in the city. They may be able to transform, but what about the children in the mountain villages? You keep saying it broadens our horizons, but if you do it this way, it will only pollute the children in the mountain village. Lin Wu's eyes were bright, and he spoke to Lan Yu in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. These words were all from his heart. Lin Wu had naturally watched the show Superboy, and his first impression was that it was a bad show. What are those city kids like who participate in the transformation program? He smokes and drinks, fights, eats and drinks well, is uneducated and arrogant. Most of them participate in the show just to become internet celebrities, and only a few really want to transform themselves. The appearance of such a person among a group of innocent children will inevitably have an impact on the student's growth. Lan Yu pointed at Lin Wu, but swallowed the words he wanted to say, because the following words were all detrimental to her image as a host. This is just your opinion. Please don't disturb our work. The child's guardian. She wanted to say that the child's guardian had agreed, but when she turned around, there was no guardian of the child. It seemed that the other party left when he heard that they were going to school. Just tell me how much money you gave to the village, and how much you gave to Wang Mei's grandparents. Don't worry, don't look for them. They won't say in front of me that they want to send their children to participate in the show. Lin Wu faced the camera calmly, without any stage fright. Oh my god, this video of Moon God is so cool. That's good. What the Moon God said is not only his opinion, but also my opinion. My parents wanted to send me to participate in the show before, but considering some impacts, I didn't go in the end. Some of the kids who participated in Metamorphosis have actually become internet celebrities. People in the live broadcast room all agreed with Lin Wu's statement. From the perspective of those in the city, this is just an experience of living and knowing how precious their current conditions are. And for rural children, this will completely change their character. Some children returned to the countryside and began to dislike their relatives and miss their wealthy and loving parents in the city. They often buy new clothes and show off their life in the big city. I have to say, Lin Wu is a good teacher. Bing Bing didn't dare to make too many comments on if you were the one. After all, the show had its backers. If she offended them, she, as a small host, would not be able to bear the consequences. Even though it had been several years since the Transformer was banned, Bing Bing didn't dare to mention it. The picture is still continuing. Lan Yu's eyes widened as she stared at Lin Wu in disbelief. Since the other party has watched the show Superboy, he should know their process. What is being said now will be broadcast live across the country. Immediately call the village party secretary and Wang Mei's guardian over and tell them that the volunteer teacher won't let us take the child away. She turned to look at the staff and gave stern orders. In fact, the director of the program team had already sent someone to call them, but it still takes some time to get to the foot of the mountain from here, so they can't arrive yet. The reason why Wang Mei was chosen is because she looks very well-behaved and is the kind of innocent little girl from the countryside. She is also said to be very talented in music and sings very well. Lan Yu thought about it and decided to start from this place. Then do you know why we chose Wang Mei? Before Lin Wu Yu could say anything lewd, Lan Yu immediately said, because she is a child with musical talent. The family participating in the program this time can enroll her in a music training class and give her the opportunity to develop her talent. Is there such a thing in this small mountain village? Children don't know much, but you are a volunteer teacher. You know how important opportunities are. If some talents are not discovered, they will disappear in the future. This host is indeed famous. His angle of speech is very tricky. The netizens in the live broadcast room were almost misled, but fortunately, they firmly believed in Lin Wu Yu's words and did not change their position. But there is no doubt that the city does have better opportunities and conditions, which has a great impact on Wang Mei. My students are talented, and I can teach them myself. Wang Mei knows how to choose, and the future will be better than you think. Lin Wu Yu looked at Lan Yu with a sneer and saw through his thoughts directly. You keep saying that you are doing this for the other person's good, but in fact you are just trying to gain traffic. If you let your child participate in such a program, you will definitely be the first person to object. Who said that? Lan Yu wanted to refute, but she actually had a child. What if she participated in the show? She knew the reality of the show, and it would be terrible if she ruined a child's life. Chapter 0058, My Volunteer Teacher. For a moment, Lan Yu hesitated and didn't know how to answer. Such performance made everyone more resolute in their inner thoughts. You still say that Superboy is not a garbage show, but your expression has already betrayed you. Haha, if you ask me if I'm willing to donate 100 million to others, I will definitely say yes, and I will help those in need when I become rich. If you ask me if I am willing to donate 1,000 yuan to others, I will not agree, because I really have 1,000 yuan. That's the truth. It's a good thing that the show Transformation has disappeared, otherwise it would have harmed so many children. It seems that the official ban on metamorphosis was caused by the government. Could it have something to do with the moon goddess? That shouldn't be the case. But doesn't the moon god know that person? I think there is a slight possibility. Ahem, please clarify the timeline. I want to teach first, and then I started working as a chef and met that person. 9494, don't scare us here. Hands on hips. Some people speculated that there was a connection between the ban on Superboy and Lin Wu Yu, but after much thought, they finally felt that it was impossible. But they remembered another identity of Lin Wu Yu, one of the shareholders of Wu Yu Investment. 1% of the shares will inevitably have some impact on the investment in transformation plan. Although it is said that different industries have different worlds, the influence of Wu Yu Investment has penetrated into many companies. I heard that many companies are related to Wu Yu Investment and are working for Wu Yu Investment in disguise form. Here it comes. Just when the host Lan Yu was at a loss and didn't know how to answer, the voice of a staff member came from a distance. Led by 3 or 4 program staff members, the village party secretary and Wang Mei's grandparents were trotting over. Now that the guardians and parents are here, listen to what they have to say. Lan Yu rolled his eyes fiercely at Lin Wu Yu and had no good face towards this person at all. This was her true thought. She had been pretending to be polite before because she was confident that she could convince Lin Wu Yu. But after being rebuked for a few times, Lan Yu felt very troubled and completely tore off the mask on his face. Teacher Kobayashi. The village party's secretary stepped forward first, but when the words came to his lips, he didn't know how to start. He is a middle-aged man with the distinct aura of a countryman. He is timid and submissive, and he unconsciously falls into inferiority when facing those in power or rich people. At this time, the village party secretary looked embarrassed. It seemed like he was feeling guilty towards Lin Wu Yu. What benefits did they promise to the village? Lin Wu Yu's bright eyes stared at the village party secretary. His young figure still stood in front of the program crew, and behind him were all the students who were reading aloud. In fact, the students inside had already heard the noise. They were well-behaved and didn't make any sound. They reviewed the textbooks in their hands and waited for Lin Wu Yu's next teaching. They promised to build a road for our village and said that the filming of this program would get a lot of donations, which would be good for the construction of the village. The village party secretary told Lin Wu Yu the truth, leaving the program crew stunned. Are you a big shot? You answer whatever someone asks you. These were said in front of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room. But there is nothing wrong with admitting it. They did agree to build a road for the village. Repairing a little bit is also repairing a road. Repairing an ordinary highway is also repairing a road. The power of speech is in their hands. Between building a highway and your children's future, you chose to build the road? Lin Wu Yu spoke in a cold voice, as if he was the village party secretary. Do the people of Longquan Village have to rely on donations from others to develop? For a road, you can even ignore the future of children? This scolding left the village party secretary speechless, as he felt the matter was not that serious. Isn't it just sending Wang Mei to participate in a program? She will be back in a week or two, so it won't have much impact. How could the construction of a road affect the children of the entire village? But he didn't dare to say these words, because there was only one volunteer teacher in the village, and a volunteer teacher like Lin Wuyu was rare in 1,000 years. He also has a child named Li Gang. Under Lin Wuyu's teaching, the child is becoming more and more capable. Teacher Xiaolin, I'm very curious. How did our program affect the children of the entire village? Lan Yu couldn't help but ask. Just because of Lin Wuyu's words just now, many bad comments appeared in the live broadcast room of Superboy. If she hadn't wanted to slap the rural teacher in the face, she would have closed the live broadcast room long ago. A strong youth means a strong country. These are all children who are still growing up. Are you going to let this village fall into dire straits by accepting your ridiculous donation? It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Longquan Village can also build roads with its own strength, and students can also leave the mountains with their own abilities. Lin Wuyu spoke clearly. Every word struck the hearts of the village party secretary and the program crew. As a volunteer teacher in Longquan Village, Yinan would never let tragedy happen in Longquan Village. He knew very well how much harm this kind of program would cause to children and that their entire lives would be ruined. Especially, under his painstaking teaching, I dare not say that all of these children will become people who contribute to society and help the country in the future, but their personalities and abilities have been shaped by Lin Wuyu. With Lin Wuyu's teaching help, it will not be difficult for the children of Longquan Village to become top students in the future. Even if we want to build our hometown, these children who have achieved academic success are the main force in building our hometown. Because they know where their roots are, and they're not the kind of people who forget their past once they become successful. Lin Wuyu has this confidence in the students he teaches. He set an example for all the children by leading by himself. Among the more than 50 students, as long as 10 of them achieved something, 3 of them were willing to help the development of Longquan Village. Why would Longquan Village worry about not being able to build a road? Why worry that everyone can't become a well-off family? It's better than participating in the show when the entire Longquan Village just sits at home waiting for donations from others and dreams of getting rich overnight. After telling the story, the village party secretary clenched his hands tightly. He felt extremely guilty. He almost pushed all the children in the village into the fire pit. If he really achieved this kind of impact, then he would be the biggest sinner of Longquan Village, and even his death could not make up for the impact he had on the children. Chapter 0059, This is My Pride. Fuck, my blood is boiling. Such a teacher is really great. If I had such a teacher when I was in school, wouldn't I get a red flower every time? You're already that old, and you're still thinking about little red flowers? Teachers are role models for students. Part of the personality of students is due to teachers, especially primary school teachers, who are crucial to the growth of children when they are young. Get excited, brothers and sisters. I'm going to pick up a sword and go find the production team to settle the score. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. It's not worth it. Besides, metamorphosis has been banned for a long time. In the live broadcast room of Understand, a large group of people denounced the production team of Superboy. It's clear that the staff of the program crew were terrified. Fortunately, they were all doing the program honestly, otherwise it would be terrifying to imagine. Mr. Lin's words make sense. Bing Bing also said, the villagers of Longquan Village are not incompetent. As long as they are hardworking, they can also build roads. What's scary is the change after the program team came in. The rural child originally had a bright future, but because of the program team, she became a girl who can only dream. I'm very grateful that Mr. Lin made efforts to preserve a little girl with great musical talent. At this point, it is impossible not to criticize Superboy, and Bing Bing finally took action against the famous host Lan Yu. The atmosphere has been set to this point. There is no point in continuing to remain silent. As the times progress, netizens' thoughts are also changing quietly and silently. The audience who watched Superboy a long time ago may be the audience who understand the show. They only realize the cancer that is metamorphosis now. Teacher Lin, you said you could give Wang Mei an education, but is that just based on your level as a university volunteer teacher? You are ruining a child's future. You are stifling the rise of a genius. You are using your noble words to cover up your crimes, but in fact your hands are already stained with blood. At this moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. A staff member rushed out from the program crew, pointed at Lin Wuyu, and shouted at him. The staff had no choice but to behave like this. His real identity was not a staff member of the program group, but the director of Superboy. There are so many things involved when a problem occurs, so the director has to step up and speak. I'm just telling the truth. You should all know what kind of show Metamorphosis is. Do you know what the current situation is like for those rural children who participated in Metamorphosis? As for my student, Veng Mei, Lin Wuyu suddenly turned around and shouted towards the classroom. A few seconds later, a little girl with ordinary clothes but innocent appearance walked out of the classroom door. Her eyes are so pure, uncontaminated by the world. After instructing the students to continue studying, Lin Wuyu closed the classroom door and placed his hand gently on Wang Mei's shoulder to help her relax. Don't be nervous. Tell these uncles and aunts about your current achievements in music. Lift your head. Now is your pride. Lin Wuyu squatted beside Wang Mei and said with a warm smile. Wang Mei nodded and faced the camera obediently. My account name on the music platform is Wang Qingxian. My single has 30 million plays, and I have 3.5 million fans. I have learned professional pronunciation techniques, including high notes, low notes, and operatic voices, and I am currently composing a new song. The whole audience was silent. The one from Superboy, who stood up and accused Lin Wuyu of delaying a talented director, left quietly at some point. Lan Yu, who was standing at the front, also wanted to step back, but she found that everyone around her had stepped back about 1 meter, leaving no room for her to move. The data on the phone was unusually conspicuous, and many people know the name Wang Qingxian. Because a song with an operatic voice became an internet hit, countless companies were looking for her contact information. I never thought that such a talented singer is actually a little girl of only 11 or 12 years old. This is a bit too exaggerated. I remember now. Wang Qingxian, isn't this the national singing queen? Someone in the live broadcast room suddenly realized something and was dumbfounded when he heard the 3 words Wang Qingxian. Wang Qingxian, an 18-year-old young singer. All of her works are extremely popular. Currently, she only sings in a private studio and is known as the national queen of singing. Her voice is beautiful. When she is lyrical, it can bring tears to people's eyes. When she is passionate, it can inspire people's hearts. It can be said to be the pinnacle of mobilizing emotions. Even many popular singers were overshadowed by this young singer. What no one expected was that this top singer's real name was Wang Mei, and she was Lin Wuyu's student. It's really outrageous. I have left a message to Wang Qingxuan's backstage, but I don't know if she has time to read the message. Fuck, the person who guided Wang Qingxian on her musical journey was the moon goddess. Awesome. Doesn't this mean that the moon god's musical level is also very high? Oh my god, what kind of man is he? Fortunately, Wang Qingxian didn't follow the production team. Otherwise, a child's life would have been ruined, and we wouldn't have been able to hear such a spiritual song. This is all destined. Transformation plan. I can't help it. Bing Bing stared at the little girl on the screen in silence. This episode was really unexpected. The other participants in the show only have little secrets like extramarital affairs and private money. And there are so many things hidden behind Lin Wuyu that it is impossible to dig them all out. Push it forward. Push this news to the top of trending searches. This is a good opportunity. The director backstage widened his eyes, seeing a great opportunity. Even without their promotion, news about Lin Wuyu has appeared on major platforms. The teacher of the national singing queen is actually a volunteer teacher. The volunteer teacher angrily criticized Superboy. Various titles appeared on major platforms and eventually became one of the viewers of the Understand live broadcast room. In just half an hour, the program's online audience reached more than 5 million people, making it the hottest live broadcast program at the moment. This is crazy. This is crazy. We have met some kind of treasure boy. Bing Bing kept staring at the data table, and when the number exceeded 5 million, she was completely dumbfounded. 5 million online viewers surpasses all current commercial programs. Only the leading TV program company, China Central Television, can surpass their popularity. Chapter 0060 Reverse Plan. Apart from this, the Understanding program team has no rivals at all. Is this all taught you by your teacher? Lan Yu was in a stalemate for a long time, and finally asked in an incredulous tone. How could she not be shocked? A volunteer teacher from a small mountain village can teach a child to become a famous online singer. Wang Qingxuan's musical level has been evaluated by many music instructors. They feel inferior to her and are curious about who this genius is. Wang Mei nodded and raised her head proudly again. The teacher said that this was the time for her to be proud, and she didn't need to hide it any longer. Grandpa and Grandma, I don't want to participate in any programs. I got more than 300,000 yuan from singing, and I'll give it all to you. I also want my parents to come back. They're working too hard outside. I can pay to repair the road in our village, and I can also replace it with a house that won't leak and is as big as the village chief's bungalow. I also want to take you on a trip. The teacher said that reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. What he taught us is knowledge, and only through experience can we gain experience. Looking at her grandparents, Wang Mei said with great pride while moving her little finger. No one dared to question the little girl's pride, because she has the strength to be proud of. Good boy. Wang Mei's grandparents' eyes were slightly red. They rushed forward to hug Wang Mei and sincerely thanked Lin Wuyu. Teacher Xiaolin, thank you. You are a good person. Good people will have a peaceful life. They began to feel extremely regretful for actually agreeing to the program team's request. Under Lin Wuyu's teaching, the child is no worse than those in big cities. Although the old woman does not understand how good the education in big cities is, just seeing her granddaughter making progress day by day is good enough. They have no money. They have no background, but they really want to make a difference for their children. I thought that big cities could give children more education and help them get out of the mountains. As a result, 12-year-old Wang Mei earned as much money as her parents would have to earn in several years. Old man, please get up soon. This is all thanks to Wang Mei's own efforts. Lin Wuyu helped up the two old men who were about to kneel down and said earnestly, it's not just Wang Mei, I will also discover other students with talents. The village party secretary nodded in agreement. The pair of old arms held Lin Wuyu, and he really felt guilty towards this tutor. Their children do not need to pay any tuition fees for schooling, and Lin Wuyu even paid out of his own pocket to purchase teaching tools. All the children's pens and notebooks were provided by Lin Wuyu. Therefore, at the beginning, the village party secretary did not dare to go to the school because he felt guilty towards the volunteer teacher. Teacher Xiaolin, we believe in you and will not participate in any program group. We will return the money they gave me. The village party secretary wiped away tears and said, my child is getting more and more sensible. Yesterday, he taught me how to get rich with my own hands. He told me to raise pigs first. While the price of pigs is rising, I will raise 10 pigs. Next year, I can expand the breeding. By then, I will be the largest pig farmer in the village. This kid is becoming more and more sensible. The parents in Longquan village saw all the performances. Especially for these elderly people, their children are working away from home, so they are unable to do many things, and their care for their grandchildren is not very comprehensive. It can be said that Lin Wuyu helped them with many things. Director, what should we do now? The production crew stood there awkwardly. The current situation was a bit awkward, and they really didn't know what to do. Abandon this village? But all the characters have been chosen, and the audience in the live broadcast room also witnessed what happened just now. If they give up like this, they will be in trouble. Director, I actually have a suggestion. Lan Yu glanced at Lin Wuyu and said, since Lin Wuyu is so capable, let's change the nature of the program and send the city children here for transformation to see if this volunteer teacher is really that capable. I have to say that Lan Yu's train of thought is still very unique. The fact that he could come up with this idea alone is enough to make people applaud. The director thought about it carefully and thought that this was also a way to increase the reputation of If You Are the One. Anyway, the main audience of If You Are the One are those in the city. At that time, the internet was not so popular in rural areas, and most of the audiences were in towns. A small number of people are from rural areas who own televisions and are able to watch the replay on TV. Therefore, from the very beginning, the main audience of If You Were the One was the urban audience, and they didn't care about the impact on the countryside. I'm sorry to ask them to really tell me how the rural children who participated in the program are doing now, but they really don't care. Village Party Secretary, since teacher Xiao Lin is so capable, why don't we take Wang Mei away? How about letting the city kids come here to change? Lan Yu walked to the side of the Village Party Secretary. This time the Village Party Secretary cannot negotiate. They have already signed the contract, unless the Village Party Secretary is willing to pay 10 times the penalty. The amount of money paid was not much, just 200,000 in total. 10 times is 2 million. Even if all the property of Longquan Village is added together, it is still not enough to reach this number. Some were used for planting plants, some for livestock, some were in tatters, and the best house was just a cement bungalow with only one floor. It was totally impossible to raise the compensation of 2 million. The village party secretary originally wanted to return all the money to the program team. He actually didn't like the program team that much at first, but considering that the 200,000 yuan could buy a lot of things and help with the construction of the village, he agreed. After realizing the consequences of the show appearing in Longquan village, his heart began to waver. What kind of show are we still filming? If this metamorphosis continues in the village, it will only affect the children. We have signed a contract. If the village party secretary wants to go back on his word, he will have to pay 2 million yuan in compensation. Lan Yu reminded him, hoping that the village party secretary would consider it carefully. In fact, there is no need to consider carefully. Longquan village only has one option. Let those children who grew up in a greenhouse give Lin Wuyu a headache. Isn't he capable? Let's see if he can tame those troublesome kids. Most of the city kids in the previous episodes have not improved, and most of the plots are faked to facilitate their rise to fame. How much impact can a change of half a month actually have? After returning to the city, things are still the same as before, doing evil things, and only a few people can improve. This is a difficult matter that makes Lin Wuyu embarrassed. Chapter 006 The whole network is asking for the sequel. Hearing this, Lin Wuyu looked at the village party secretary beside him. Seeing the latter nod awkwardly, I knew there was no way around this matter. The contract has been signed in advance, and now the production team of Superboy is willing to make concessions, which is already a big concession for them. If Lin Wuyu still does not agree to the final request, then all that awaits him is a lawyer's letter and a compensation of 2 million. To be exact, the village had to bear the 2 million yuan in compensation, and most of it was due to the village party secretary. Okay, you can send the 2 kids who are participating in the show over here. After pondering for a moment, Lin Wuyu looked at Lan Yu with bright eyes and accepted the challenge. That's where we are. The video ended suddenly. Lin Wuyu's silly face appeared again, typing while listening to the most popular music. You asked me how much I love you. How much do you love me? He made fun of the originally unique voice, making Su Yueling cover her mouth and laugh. A gentle kiss touches my heart deeply. While singing the song, Lin Wuyu also made a pouting expression. It's hard to imagine that this stupid guy in front of me is actually a bright and righteous volunteer teacher. The audience studied it for a long time, but they always felt that it was a little different. Mr. Kobayashi, the one who refused to give in to the program team and exuded his domineering attitude. Teacher Kobayashi, who protected his students from pollution and argued with reason. There is really a big difference between him and the man in front of me, who only has family and wife. Is there any next video? I also like to see how domineering the moon goddess was back then. Yeah, I haven't seen any other students yet. Is there anyone who remembers this episode? Please give an explanation. I think I saw this episode. There was a young volunteer teacher who really changed 2 children in the city. That's when Metamorphosis was discontinued. It was only broadcast for a week, right? Fuck, I remember now. The following plot seems to be more exciting. I begged the production team to get the live video of that year. Everyone wrote in blood, begging to watch the Metamorphosis video. In the Understanding program group, millions of viewers want to watch the live broadcast of Transformation Plan. This makes it very difficult for people who know the program team. The most important thing is that the information from that year seemed to have disappeared, and the last episode of the show did not appear on the internet. It's not easy to find the live broadcast video of that year. The audience's calls became louder and louder, some even demanding that if the money was not given, they would read Lin Wuyu's novels. Forced into a corner, Bing Bing had to run backstage. At this time, the director was talking on the phone with several friends from the media. What? You guys don't have it either? And you were asked to delete it? Fine then, I'll look for it here again. What? One of the people in my episode was a volunteer teacher back then. The audience called for him a lot and asked to see his deeds by name. The director hung up the phone with a helpless look on his face. He has been in the entertainment industry for 20 years and is more or less familiar with some media people. Unfortunately, all the media videos were removed due to the incident that year, and now it seems that even the information cannot be found. Directors still haven't found it? Our audience has dropped by 1 million. This is the first warning for us. Bing Bing kept staring at the data on her mobile phone and was speechless about the audience's shameless moves. The other program teams are the big brothers, and when it comes to them, they really serve the audience wholeheartedly. The key point is that they couldn't provide good service and lost 1 million viewers in a blink of an eye. They are really not polite at all. The director gritted his teeth, feeling a headache. The reason why the product was taken off the shelves that year has not yet been clarified, and whether it was influenced by Lin Wuyu. If the reason for the disappearance of the metamorphosis is really because of Lin Wuyu, then it can be confirmed that Lin Wuyu knows the official people. The initial media storms made the director suspicious, unsure of the relationship behind Lin Wuyu. The fear is that after they find and broadcast the video, learning will also be banned. I'll try it one last time. If this guy doesn't have it either, then there's really nothing I can do. In the end, the director decided to make a final effort. He also kept the phone number of a media company on his mobile phone. It is a fairly well-known media company in the country, probably ranked in the top 20. The relationship is not that close. We can just be considered acquaintances. The director was not sure whether the other party was willing to provide the video or whether the other party had the video from that year. Well, I'll go and stabilize the audience and tell them the news here. Bing Bing nodded, turned around, and returned to the podium again. I discussed it with a partner and finally decided on something. Bing Bing opened her red lips and said in a sweet voice, "Thank you for your support of the program team of understanding. In order to repay your support, we have prepared a small gift. I just discussed with Mr. Zhang from Shuangxi Kitchen and Bathroom Company and decided to give everyone some benefits. The juicer, originally worth 199 yuan, is now free for 9.9 yuan. There are 1,000 of them, so hurry up and you'll get it. The cabinet is worth 299, and now I'm giving it away to everyone at the cost of 99. There are 1,000 cabinets, so if you need them, be ready to grab them. We will be launching the live broadcast room in 3 minutes." Bing Bing originally thought that this kind of welfare activity would dampen the audience's enthusiasm, but after watching the barrage, she realized that she was overthinking. Kitchen and bathroom? Juicer? What is this thing for? I don't want it. I don't want it. I just want to see teacher Kobayashi throwing a tantrum. Sister Bing Bing, don't try to fool me. There is no way we can possibly get these millions of viewers. We should be down to earth and watch teacher Xiaolin's videos. Everyone, please stop fighting and leave the opportunity to me. I have this plan too. When you all are gone, I can grab all those things. Although there are many people who want to participate in the welfare, there are even more people who want to watch Lin Wuyu's videos, and it is completely impossible to suppress them. The other side. After waiting for a few minutes, the director finally received a response from the president of the media company. They have the video, but it cannot be circulated. Except for the person in the video, Lin Wuyu, no media company or individual can use it. Fortunately, the guest of the Understanding program team was Lin Wuyu, and the director successfully spent 100,000 yuan to obtain the original video. A total of 7 days of live broadcast. Nothing was missing from beginning to end, and the image quality is still very good, just a little bit unclear. I didn't expect that my words wouldn't be as effective as Lin Wuyu's name. Shaking his head and giving a wry smile, the director forwarded the large file received on his phone to the staff. Chapter 0062, A Small Mountain Village Without Entertainment. In the live broadcast room, the 2,000 servings of the small benefit were snapped up in an instant. After all, there are 4 or 5 million viewers, and it is normal that there are only 2,000 small gifts and they are sold out in an instant. In addition, most of the people in the live broadcast room are married people, and Shuangxi Kitchen and Bathroom products suit their tastes. I have another good news for you all. Bing Bing smiled as she received the notification from the backstage. Just now, we found the last episode of Metamorphosis, which will satisfy everyone's curiosity. Fuck. Suddenly, the audience in the live broadcast room was excited. The production team loves you guys so much. You really love your fans. Hurry up and get on with it. What kind of transformation is this? Compared to what I know, it's just like the difference between an ordinary pig and a pig that has been to a foreign country. Is there any difference? Excuse me, if a pig goes to a foreign country, does it stop being a pig? Of course it's different. A person who has been abroad can instantly become an overseas golden turtle. Of course, a pig can also change. Good boy, you really made me dizzy. You understand. Awesome. Looking at the usual stupid comments, Bing Bing smiled and told the staff to upload the pictures. Moment. The scene where Lin Wuyu was updating his blog at home turned into a quiet little mountain village. Early morning. Wisps of smoke rose from the buildings at the foot of the mountain. The sounds of dogs barking, people talking, chickens crowing, and all kinds of rural sounds mixed together, and the quiet night in Longquan village ended. 2 vans were driving slowly down the steep mountain road. Every step needs to be taken carefully. The staff of Superboy were waiting at the foot of the mountain early, and they also arranged accommodation for the two city teenagers. It is not a very luxurious residence. The most luxurious one in Longquan Village is the cement bungalow where the village party secretary lives. The space in the cement bungalow is not big, just enough to accommodate the village party secretary and his family of 3. So, the two city boys and the program crew chose to live in some thatched houses. Oh my God, what kind of place is this? The van in the mountains was forced to stop on the mountainside. Two teenagers walked down from the car dragging suitcases and stared at the village below the mountain in amazement. A mountain path less than 50 centimeters wide. If you don't pay attention, you will fall down. There are people living in this kind of place. The boy was wearing all branded clothes, his hair was slightly yellow, and he had 2 crosses on his ears. He took out his cell phone and looked at it and couldn't help complaining. I knew you wouldn't choose a good place. Sure enough, the signal is terrible. Hey, Wong Kai, just give us your phone. We won't need it here anyway. The staff of the program team politely took the phone from Wong Kai and took the communication tool from another boy. You two should just walk down the mountain road. There are some changes to the program this time. It's not about exchanging lives, but about you experiencing life. The staff member who had already known the news gave instructions, turned around, got in the van, and left. The remaining 2 looked at each other. In the past, the programs were delivered to my doorstep, but this time they were delivered directly halfway up the mountain. Fuck the production team. If I didn't want to become famous, I would never come here. After viciously cursing the production crew of Superboy, Wong Kai rolled up his sleeves and quietly revealed his tattoos. He found that the person next to him seemed like a good boy. He didn't talk along the way, was dressed quite casually, and didn't have the cool vibe of a street boy. These targets are the good students who are daily ridiculed in their school. Let's go. The boy didn't say much, he just walked in front dragging his suitcase. The only one left, Wong Kai, who failed to pretend to be cool, stood there blankly. Who is this? Pretending to be cool? Pretending to be noble? Pursing his lips, Wong Kai thought that these were friendly troops coming from the city, so he should follow their pace. As it had rained a bit in the morning, the muddy road was very difficult to walk on. Their expensive shoes were covered with mud and almost became the shoes of country children. Here it comes. The program crew members who had gathered at the entrance of the village had already adjusted their machines and their status. While waiting for the 2 people to arrive, I first checked the backpack to see if there was anything that was not allowed. Unexpectedly, I actually found a lot of small things. Wong Kai's backpack, lighter, cigarettes, a game console, and playing cards. Li Ren's backpack, a small knife, and a psychology book. Leave these things to us for safekeeping. There are food prepared in the house. You can follow us first. Lan Yu was no longer surprised by this. In the previous sessions, they even found pornographic books in the backpacks. It was conceivable how serious the pollution was. While leading the 2 city boys forward, Lan Yu explained the situation. Your parents have signed a contract. You will stay in Longquan Village for half a month. During this time, you cannot go out without permission and cannot go to dangerous areas. The school halfway up the mountain is your school. Classes will officially start tomorrow morning. He talked a lot of gibberish, but no one knew whether the 2 city boys listened to him or not. After walking around the village, the group attracted the attention of many villagers. A little kid even rushed to the production crew and asked them if they wanted to taste the wild delicacies. There are many delicious foods in the mountains, such as wild fruits, wild mushrooms, and wild animals. These are not available in big cities. If you want to taste them, you can pay a deposit first, and my grandfather will go up the mountain to get them for you. The little brat smiled maturely, not realizing that he was holding a large stack of purchase cards in his hand. He bought these cards back at low prices and then sold them to other friends at a slightly higher price. The program crew was pestered and had no choice but to pay a deposit of 200 yuan in exchange for tasting wild mushrooms, which were the popular ones. Otherwise, I'll be lying on the bed after taking it. The medical conditions in this damn place are so bad that I may not be able to survive in the hospital. After returning to the residence, 2 city teenagers enjoyed a meal of instant noodles. 2 people slept on one bed, and because it is an old house, it is a little damp, making it very uncomfortable to sleep in. Wong Kai wanted to protest, but Lan Yu sternly told him that he could only sleep here. If they can create a little more trouble tomorrow, they will be treated well. Wong Kai, who was unable to defeat the program crew, had to go back to bed and continue sleeping. The time when nightlife used to start has become bedtime. Going to bed at 9 o'clock? No entertainment at all. It's simply a torture for them in the city. Chapter 0063. These are all elementary school students. The next day, the early sun has not yet risen. The staff of the program team debugged the machine and woke up the two city teenagers who were still sleeping. Oh, you're such a poor place, and you were still going to school so early. If hard work is useful, why would you need to be a rich second generation? Wang Kai rubbed his eyes reluctantly and got up. He is already a second-year junior high school student, and he has to go to the primary school in the village, especially after hearing that the teacher was difficult to deal with. Wang Kai became even more reluctant. Don't dawdle. If you don't go to school, don't even think about eating, the Superboy staff member standing by told him harshly. Among these two city boys, the one who talks the most and is the most dishonest is Wang Kai. Li Ren was relatively okay, but the child seemed to have always been a little weird. According to his family, Li Ren had a very bad temper. He would fly into a rage at the slightest misfortune, and he also had a tendency to violence. Lan Yu observed the two children carefully and always felt that Li Renkai was the bad student who was not easy to mess with. Obviously, on the surface, Li Ren seems to be much more obedient, but somehow I just have this feeling. I can't really put it into words. It's just a first impression. Okay, isn't it just school? Wang Kai held his school bag impatiently with one hand, muttering softly, "What a stupid school. Wang Kai, haven't even finished a class. The worst that can happen is that I'll just have to sleep in a different place." There were cameras and video cameras installed everywhere, and the audience in the live broadcast room could hear these words clearly. "I can't bear it anymore. Where's the stool? I don't need the stool anymore. I'm going to chop this son of a bitch with a knife. Fortunately, my baby is very well behaved. Otherwise, I would have had a heart attack. Calm down, uncles and aunts. Please be patient. It's really troublesome to have such a child. I hope he doesn't cause trouble for teacher Kobayashi." They forced themselves to suppress the urge in their hearts and continued to watch obediently. The scene changed. On a quiet village road, a bad boy was walking towards the school halfway up the mountain, carrying a school bag in one hand and a flashlight in the other. About 1 meter behind him, Li Ren walked with his head down without saying a word. Since this child came to the mountain village, he has basically not been seen to have any expression. To use today's words, he is like a wooden man with no emotions at all. Submit everything like a zombie. There were torches lit up on the distant hills. Accompanied by the children's voices, it spread and echoed in the valley. "Xiaomei, wait for me. Have you finished the homework assigned by Teacher Lin yesterday? Don't talk to me. I won't lend it to you to copy." "What do you mean by copying? Is it what scholars do called copying? That's called borrowing ideas. Hurry up. I can still write for half an hour on the way." Wang Kai kicked a small stone away and said, "You idiot. You're still doing your homework. There is only one way to get to school." Soon, the two groups met on the mountainside. The children in the mountain village looked at the two new classmates curiously. Yesterday, Teacher Kobayashi told them that students from two cities would come to the school and ask them to help as much as possible. "Look at the clothes they are wearing. They look so hurried. What's wrong, Li Gang? Aren't you good at making money? Why don't you wear new clothes? You know nothing. Those are just plans now." Teacher Lin said that businessmen should have a long-term vision and not be tempted by immediate benefits. "You think it's like that crappy invention of yours? It won't even spin if you throw it in the water. What do you know? That's because the voltage is not enough. If the voltage is adjusted to industrial voltage, my invention can help the village build an updated water conservancy machine." A group of children in dirty and ragged clothes were whispering, but there was no envy in his words. Instead, what he said made Wang Kai a little confused. What money-making scheme? What industrial voltage, hydraulic machinery? Is this still the little brat from the countryside who only knows how to play marbles? Let's go review the lessons first." He originally planned to go up and scare the little kid, but everyone rushed towards the school. It's really unlucky. After brushing off the dust on their butts, Wang Kai and Li Run had no choice but to obediently enter the classroom. There are only 2 stone houses here, covered with tiles. The light from the incandescent lamps shining through the school adds a bit of worldly flavor to the quiet morning. After entering the classroom, one by one, the students found their seats, took out textbooks from various simple homemade school bags, and began to recite on their own. "Hello, new classmates. I'm the class monitor Yu Wei. Nice to meet you." While the others were reciting, a tall, dark, and strong young man stood up from his seat, walked to the 2 city boys, and spoke in a low voice. "Hello." Wang Kai, who suddenly broke into a new world, suddenly became cowardly when faced with a force stronger than himself. and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Yue. That's the new seat I've assigned to you. I'll introduce it to you when the teacher gets here. Yue pointed to the last row with a smile. Because both of them were tall, placing them in the last row would not easily block other objects from seeing the blackboard. Good. Nodding, Wang Kai and Li Ren walked towards the last row. As we all know, the last row is where poor students gather. In each class, there are always one or two students who doze off and do not recite seriously. But after observing for a long time, Wang Kai and Li Ren found that no one was dozing off or doing things perfunctorily. Even if someone's willpower can no longer hold out, they will get up or force themselves to stay awake. Instead, the two of them did nothing, lying on the table with a blank look on their faces, looking very different. Half an hour later, this dilemma was broken by the arrival of a young teacher. The energetic children were asked to go out for a walk and absorb more sunshine as the sun rose. As for Wang Kai and Li Ren in the classroom, Lin Wuyu left them alone to talk. What grade are you two in the city? Wang Kai, second year of junior high school. Li Ren, second year of junior high school. Since you are in the second year of junior high school, you should study with a small group. Their current courses happen to be junior high school courses. After giving them a few brief instructions, Lin Wuyu asked them to go out for a walk. Wang Kai, who had threatened to do anything before coming, became a good student the moment he faced Lin Wuyu. It totally doesn't obey my orders. There is a 15-minute break after morning reading. There was a large open space outside the classroom, with many wildflowers planted around it. A group of children sat on clean stones, divided into groups to discuss something. I have discovered a simpler way to solve quadratic equations. Hello, Xiaomei, I want a WC. Are you with me? Okay. The Qin Shi Huang of the Qin dynasty was the most powerful. He unified the six kingdoms, standardized the writing system and currency, and created a great unified dynasty. Nonsense. The dynasty that made the greatest contribution must be the Song dynasty. The Song dynasty valued culture over military affairs and developed our culture. Chapter 006, For a Mysterious Agreement. At the classroom door, Wang Kai fell silent as he looked at the elementary school student in front of him. Excuse me? Are these all elementary school students? Why are all the things they say incomprehensible to junior high school students? Interesting. Li Ren, who was standing by, had a gleam in his eyes and felt that this transformation plan seemed to be much more interesting. This was his first sentence after participating in Superboy. It seems like there's something wrong with Li Ren's mentality. He's silent and looks very uncomfortable. That Wang Kai is too naughty and likes to make trouble. Teacher Xiaolin will probably have a headache for a while with these two city students. The kids here are so smart. They can actually communicate in English in daily life. History is also very impressive, and it's knowledge that you only learn in junior high school. Brothers and sisters, didn't you hear what that snotty-nosed little boy said? He is currently researching energy and is planning to make his own nuclear fusion. Oh my God! I've been following Li Gang. This kid almost brainwashed me into investing in his project. Luckily, I don't have any money in my bag. The audience in the live broadcast room were all amazed. It was the first time they had seen such a smart student. The intellectual dialogue alone is not something an elementary school student can perform. On the podium, Bingbing was also shocked by the students' interactions during breaks. She is an excellent student, and her school is a very advanced primary school in the entire provincial capital, ranking among the top 3. But are all primary school students so good at studying? The students in her elementary school basically play games during breaks. The girls discuss TV dramas, play shuttlecock, and jump rubber rope, while the boys play tag, marbles, rolling hoops, and knee-to-knee fighting. Bing Bing couldn't help but glance at Lin Wuyu in the camera. The other party seemed to be lost in deep thought about a plot. His expression was serious, and he became particularly serious. Those beautiful eyebrows and eyes are full of charm at this moment. Ding-ling-ling. The class bell rang. Lin Wuyu stood at the door of the classroom, tapping the clock with a smile on her face, reminding the students to go in for class. When more than 50 students entered the classroom, they found that all the desks had been moved and divided into 7 areas. As expected, the students sat in their seats and began their daily studies. That's right. In this small mountain village, there are no 6 grades. First of all, there is not enough classroom space, and secondly, there is a shortage of teachers. There is only one teacher, Lin Wuyu. If he has to teach 7 grades every day, then on average, each class can only have 2 or 3 classes a day. So, Lin Wuyu divided the students into groups. Those who are still in primary school can continue to move up by having special substitutes to teach them and train the next person who can replace them. The person in charge of the junior high school grade is Yu Wei, who is also the class monitor. The person in charge of the first grade is Jiang Xinxin. The second grade group leader is Zhou Qiang. The third grade group leader is Dong Li. The fourth grade group leader is Ke Fei. The fifth grade group leader is Liu Yue. And the sixth grade group leader is Wang Mei. Their class schedule is arranged by the group leader, and if they encounter problems they don't understand, they can seek help from Lin Wuyu. This teaching method can be said to be the first of its kind. These are just teenagers, and they're already teachers. What surprised Wang Kai and Li Run was that Yu Wei's narration was much more proficient than that of their teacher. Damn it! Mumbling something, Wang Kai remembered the arrangements made by the production team of Superboy. Suddenly, he felt sleepy and his eyes closed unconsciously as he dozed off. This is the requirement of the program team. Tell him that such behavior will not be punished because of the existence of surveillance, and Lin Wuyu dare not take any strict actions against him. Classmate, Wang Kai. Wang Kai had only closed his eyes for 2 or 3 minutes when he was awakened by someone next to him. He was in a bad mood when he woke up and immediately glared at the man. But I didn't expect it was the big guy Yu Wei. Suddenly, Wang Kai's original arrogance disappeared a lot. Don't bother me. You do yours, and I sleep with mine. After saying that, he continued to lean on the table to rest. Even though I could hear a lot of discussions, I was completely unaware of the sound of reading. Yu Wei, who always reminded his classmates when they fell asleep, would instantly wake up the class and attend the class. This was the first time he saw Wang Kai's performance. After hesitating for a while, Yu Wei walked towards the podium. He informed Lin Wuyu, who was explaining a problem to primary school students, but Lin Wuyu just waved his hand and acted as if he didn't care at all. Does Mr. Kobayashi also want to let them go? This is good. Wang Kai and Li Run will leave in a month anyway. It doesn't matter whether they study hard or not. Not so good. Although their studies have nothing to do with the moon goddess, this state will affect the learning state of other students. Yes. There are always some students in the class who doze off in class, and the teacher doesn't care. I couldn't help but doze off, and the teacher didn't care either. He only took care of the good students in the first 2 rows. Have you been sleeping in class every day since then? The audience in the live broadcast room was talking about it. It is speculated that Lin Wuyu did not want to care about these 2 city students and allowed them to be free. In fact, this is a strict punishment for poor students because when they regret it, they will realize how good it is to have a teacher to discipline them. Student Wang Kai, please wake up. What was surprising was that after Lin Wuyu finished explaining the problem to the elementary school students, she came to Wang Kai. Standing in the corner or doing push-ups? Rubbing his eyes, Wang Kai woke up from his sleep and asked with great skill, "We don't have corporal punishment here. Come with me, and I will tell you something." Lin Wuyu smiled and turned to walk towards his bedroom. Bewildered, Wang Kai had no choice but to follow. 2 classes passed. Lin Wuyu brought Wang Kai back. The students in the junior high school class and other classes attended classes as usual without any thought of gossiping. The teacher told them to study hard and focus on one thing during class. What was even more shocking was that Wang Kai did not sleep after returning to his junior high school class. He asked questions honestly and even asked Yue about many things related to elementary school. Have you been drugged? Even Li Rin couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. The gap between before and after is too obvious. You don't understand, I win. The latter spoke incoherently and continued working on the question at hand. If you don't ignore the fact that he was using elementary school math problems, you would really think he was a good student. Chapter 0065. This is your extracurricular activity. Strange. What happened to make a bad student instantly become a good student who loves to study? Isn't it that Mr. Kobayashi made a bet with him? What kind of bet is that you can make a bad student become a good one? Maybe it's just temporary. You'll see. It will return to its original form in a day or 2. That makes sense. It's just like me after drinking some inspirational quotes. I'm full of enthusiasm. I want to work hard and be self-disciplined. The next second, what is hard work? I'd better continue playing games. Vivid image. I'm curious about what the bet is. Did teacher Xiaolin say that he would assign a partner to Wang Kai? You've been single for too long. A spirited guy like you won't lack a partner. Netizens in the live broadcast room were very curious. However, most people think that Wang Kai is only persisting for a short period of time, and he will probably return to his original state in a day or 2. Effort is not the most important thing, But getting a result through hard work is the most important thing. Being interjected at the right time. Now each of us is very sober. We know we are playing. We want to work hard, but we can't control ourselves. At this time, we really hope that someone will come out and scold us to wake us up. What are we scolding ourselves to wake us up? You're already very sober. Whether you choose to do nothing or fight hard is all up to you. The words fell. The people in the live broadcast room became much quieter. But I quickly adjusted to the state. I've decided. I'll start working hard from tomorrow. I'll start by reading 1,000 literary works a day. I will also work hard. I will write articles every morning, deliver food at noon, drive an online taxi in the afternoon, and continue writing articles at night. I don't trust you. Manuscript. Are you polite? Courtesy. Do you have a manuscript? Time passes. The sun gradually descended from midair to the horizon. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and all the students would be out of school in 2 hours. Even though there are classes for junior high school students, these children have not yet gone to the town's middle school and will have to wait until next year to be considered junior high school students. It is hard to imagine how these students who have learned junior high school knowledge in elementary school will perform when they go to school. It's definitely the level of a gotta study. Dear students, it's time for extracurricular activities. Pack your bags and let's go. Lin Wuyu, who was sitting on the podium, clapped his hands, interrupting everyone's state. There is then 10 minutes for homework assignments and 3 minutes for group time. Homework is distributed individually by the group leader. If any students have special requirements or are unable to complete the homework, they can find Lin Wuyu to discuss it. Just like today, a third-grade student requested to have some of his homework reduced because his family has been busy with farm work lately, and he promised to complete it on time. Lin Wuyu is very familiar with her family situation. In fact, most of the children in Longquan village are left-behind children. In order to supplement the family income and based on traditional small farming ideas, my grandparents would grow a lot of corn and potatoes. It is now the end of summer, the time for harvest. In this case, each group leader will have less homework. 13 minutes later, the schoolyard was filled with 52 students. They carried their backpacks and prepared to set off for the extracurricular activities. Led by Lin Wuyu, a large group of children climbed up the mountain. Squad leader. What are we going to do? On the way, Wang Kai and Li Run asked in confusion. Which school has extracurricular activities in the afternoon? Is this the so-called physical education class? Today we are going to visit the dam construction that Wang Ning is leading. Class monitor Yue leaned over to explain things to the two new students. He observed for a long time and found that the two boys from the city were similar to the boys from the countryside. But their physical strength is really poor. I'd only been walking for a short time, but I was sweating profusely. In the countryside, you can't climb trees and you have to run slowly. These are competition events for children. Obviously, Wang Kai and Li Run lost to the children. Everyone, take a break and wait for Wang Kai and Li Run. Lin Wuyu, who was walking in the front, turned around and noticed that the two students were sweating profusely, so he asked the students to rest on the spot. This made Wang Kai and Li Run feel both touched and embarrassed. What touched them was that Lin Wuyu took care of them. The embarrassing thing is that these two half-grown boys are not even as fast as a first-grade elementary school student. If this is an embarrassment, then what is? Those elementary school students didn't sweat at all, but the two of them were sweating profusely. Doesn't this mean that they are so weak that they are not even as good as elementary school students? Teacher, let's continue. The temperature in the afternoon was not very high. A slight cool breeze blew and quickly dried the sweat on the heads of the two men. They took the initiative to ask Lin Wuyu to continue moving forward. The team took action again. What are you going to do? I don't know. This is the first time I've seen it. What activity did the squad leader mention? A dam. Is there a dam in this small village? It would be very dangerous to take these children to play near the dam. The confused audience can only speculate. 10 minutes later, more than 50 people came to a valley. There was green grass everywhere, and there were villagers grazing cattle on the grass, greeting Lin Wuyu. Teacher Xiaolin, you are here with your students to do activities again. Yes, Uncle Zhang. Why aren't you going home so late? Hey, this beast has just been released. Let it eat more. From the conversation, it can be seen that Lin Wuyu has a very good relationship with the villagers. It can be seen that the villagers also respect Lin Wuyu very much. This is not ordinary. Most parents don't know the name of their children's homeroom teacher from the time their children finish school. Not to mention such polite chat. It was only at this time that everyone could see clearly what the so-called dam was. It was a river about 1 meter wide, with a gentle flow that could submerge a person's ankles. Even if a first-grade student stood in it, it would only reach up to his ankles at most. In the clear stream, there was a lot of yellow mud piled up nearby. A group of students cheered and automatically divided into two groups to start building. They rolled up their sleeves and pulled their trousers up to their knees. Some were fetching water, some were mixing mud, and some were building, with all the work divided in an orderly manner. Playing in the mud. Wang Kai and Li Run looked at each other. So after all this talk about the dam, you just come here to play in the mud? It's not like they haven't seen what a dam looks like before. How could a dam be built on this stream? Wang Kai silently decided in his heart that he would never get involved. Chapter 0066 Li Ren's Change. Lively group activities can easily infect people. This is the so-called bandwagon effect. When you go to a bar and see a bunch of people dancing and drinking, you'll try to join in and sing and drink. When Wang Kai saw the students having a lot of fun and full of laughter, he gradually became moved. Student Wang Kai, Student Li Run, come over here and help. Otherwise, Wang Ning and the others will surpass us again. Following the call from squad leader Yu Wei, the two finally found the way and reluctantly got involved. In an instant, their voices were mixed into the laughter. Don't move. Wait a minute. There is mud on your clothes. What are you afraid of? Just go back and rub it, and it will be fine. Lin Wu Yu stood silently by the stream, observing everything with a faint smile on his face. Classmates, Wang Ning's team is building the Three Gorges Dam, which is very famous among the dams in our country. Although we cannot use steel bars and cement, and cannot use various mechanical operations, we can also build a dam. Whoever builds the best dam will receive a gift from the teacher. While watching, Lin Wu Yu also cheered up all the students. The enthusiastic atmosphere even affected Uncle Zhang, who was herding cattle, and he came over to watch out of curiosity. He had been herding cattle here for several days and had seen Lin Wu Yu and his students come here 3 times. They first set up ropes around the area for warning, then got some yellow mud and bamboo. These little brats, the dam above will release water in 2 days, and this thing they built will be washed away in an instant. Uncle Zhang said with a smile, just treat it as a child's game. That's not necessarily true. Although they used yellow mud, it was mixed with stones. Look at Wang Ning. He even knew how to use bamboo to build a frame, so the foundation is very solid. Lin Wu Yu shook his head, thinking that the dam built by Wang Ning would not collapse easily. But the dam of Yu Wei's group is uncertain. They simply used yellow mud to block the water flow, created a spring in the middle, and built stone structures around it for protection. There was no problem in blocking small flows of water in this way, but 2 days later, the dam on the top of the mountain released water, and the river that was originally a small stream instantly turned into a big river. This kind of dam will definitely not last long. I'm leaving first, Teacher Lin. Uncle Zhang did not question Lin Wu Yu's opinion on the spot. In his opinion, this kind of thing was a waste of effort. It would be better to give students more lessons. However, Lin Wu Yu's teaching has always been very good, and the children's grades are improving rapidly. Even the trichomoniasis in his family received a certificate of honor from teacher Kobayashi last year. I also wrote a poem, which was sent to the town for a competition, and I won first place. This is the first time in all these years that a scholar has appeared in the Zhang family. We have to thank Lin Wu Yu for his help, right? Let that illiterate slug become a great poet. The busyness lasted until 5 in the afternoon. The children washed the mud off their bodies and shouted like 2 gangs. Our dam must be strong. Your dam won't last. The construction method you used is not the way to build a dam. You must not have listened carefully when the teacher talked about the Three Gorges Dam. Of course it was Wang Ning who said this. He wiped the mud off his hands and spoke seriously. Are you kidding me? How could a dam that I helped build not last? Then let's watch it together on the day the water leaks. And whoever loses will bark like a puppy. Even Wang Kai couldn't help but join in the battle. In the end, of course, he found Lin Wu Yu and asked for the teacher's advice. It's okay. No matter which dam is damaged, those who are interested can look up more information. If both dams are intact, everyone can get the reward. Lin Wu Yu spoke with a smile on her face, liking this kind of teaching that was full of curiosity. So many students are working hard to learn and gain knowledge in daily entertainment activities, which is the teaching method that children like most. Instead of sitting in the classroom and reading books all day in a boring way. Combine work and rest. Combine work and rest. Okay, it's already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Everyone, pack up and go home. Be careful on the road and don't chase or play around. Lin Wuyu looked at the time on his watch and gave instructions to the students. School ends on time at 5 p.m. Some students who live far away need about an hour to get home. It is now dark at about 7 o'clock, so it will be safer for them to take the mountain road. Goodbye, teacher. A group of primary school students completely let themselves go, walking towards the mountain in groups of 3 or 5, carrying their school bags. Is this the after-school entertainment I know? That guy named Wang Ning is indeed someone who wants to be a scientist. He built it with great skill. You just look sophisticated, but you don't know that the construction of this dam is just a lower-end version of the Three Gorges Dam. That's amazing. I just searched for pictures of the Three Gorges Dam, and they really look exactly the same. Other people's after-school entertainment is learning knowledge and building dams together, while mine is playing marbles. The difference is really huge. Listen carefully. Not only can students exercise their bodies and gain knowledge, but they can also enhance their sense of teamwork through such activities. Everyone in the live broadcast room expressed their approval of Lin Wuyu's approach. She is worthy of being the moon goddess. He really has a way of teaching students. Even the two young men from the city sank into it unconsciously, slowly changed their behavior habits. Maybe Lin Wuyu really has a way to make the two city boys better. The Metamorphosis Program Team. A group of staff members sat in their residence in Longquan Village to watch the live broadcast. The more I read, the more my scalp tingled. 7 grades in 1 class? After-school entertainment is to let students build a dam. What the hell is going on? And most importantly, what are Wang Kai and Li Rin doing? Not to mention studying hard, he even participated in the activities and argued with other children like a child. How can that broken dam be compared to the one I built? There's not a single flaw in it, and even a flood can't break it down. Wang Kai's voice came from outside the door, chatting with someone proudly. He said as he opened the door and was immediately startled. Lan Yu was staring at him with a dark face, not looking happy at all. Didn't I tell you to be yourself? What are you doing? She signaled the staff to change the scene and questioned Wang Kai coldly. My nature? Why should I listen to you? Wang Kai reluctantly pushed Lan Yu aside and walked in. Chapter 0067 Hello Teacher again. Looking at Wang Kai, and then at Li Run, who remained silent. Lan Yu felt a great headache at this moment. Evening. Stars light up in Longquan Village. A young man tiptoed, pushed open the door, and ran towards the school halfway up the mountain. The young man was Wang Kai. He and Lin Wuyu agreed to meet at school and give Wang Kai a good thing. In fact, when Wang Kai was called to Lin Wuyu's room in the classroom, no bet was made. Lin Wuyu only said one sentence. Study hard and come to me at 8 o'clock tonight. I can help you realize your dream. If you can't persist, forget it. Lin Wuyu didn't say anything extra and asked Wang Kai to do a test paper he had written himself. After testing Wang Kai's knowledge level, he let him go. Strange. Why is Wang Kai going to school at this time? Is it sabotage? The staff of the program team spotted Wang Kai at the first opportunity. There is no rush to call Wang Kai back because this kind of accident is the most popular plot of Superboy. They continued to turn on the camera and broadcast Wang Kai's actions live. It would be fun if Wang Kai caused trouble in school. The heat must be very high, and it would give Lin Wuyu a headache. Xiao Wang, take the camera and chase after them to take pictures. Be careful not to expose yourself. The director turned to look at a staff member and gave instructions calmly. There are so many corners of Longquan Village, and it is impossible for them to install surveillance cameras in every corner, so asking someone to follow and film can avoid missing important scenes. In the room, Li Run discovered Wang Kai's departure early on. This guy said he was going to the bathroom, but he didn't come back for more than 10 minutes. When I went to the bathroom and took a look, Wang Kai was nowhere to be found. He originally planned to go out and tell the program crew, as he was worried that Wang Kai would escape from the mountain village and something unexpected might happen. But after thinking about it, I finally decided not to take any action. This is the program recording site of the program crew. There are cameras everywhere. How could Wang Kai escape successfully? They're not in a hurry, so Li Run will not be in a hurry either. I'm just curious. What is a person doing running out in the middle of the night? Being sneaky, there must be something wrong. I just don't know what's going on. A school halfway up the mountain. A young man appeared at the entrance of the academy, panting. Looking at the lighted room, the boy wiped the sweat from his head and strode towards the room. Behind the boy, 2 staff members from the program team followed quietly, being extremely careful with every move. Teacher Lin, what era is this? You're still writing letters? You don't understand this. I write letters because I don't want to reveal my information. What is this? I don't understand it at all. If you don't understand, don't force yourself. Tell me about your story. Why? Do you want to be an internet celebrity? Two people were talking in the room. This made the two people standing by the window confused. What letter? What era is this? There are still people writing letters? And I still don't want to reveal my identity. Indeed, writing a letter can hide one's identity. After filling in a fake name, all that's left is an address. There are many more ways to hide your identity. But what is the hidden identity of this Mr. Kobayashi? There seems to be something fishy about this. Brothers, let me take a break for a moment. This guy wants to write a letter. What's in the letter is incomprehensible to a middle school student. That definitely can't be a normal letter. Could it be some strange language? Okay, I've made up this and you guys can analyze it. Could it be the moon goddess ex-girlfriend? I seem to have discovered a secret. This production crew is so dishonest. They don't even reveal it to us. People in the live broadcast room were speculating, and all kinds of speculations came out. Some people said that Lin Wuyu was chatting with his ex-girlfriend. Some people say that Lin Wuyu's real identity is a big boss, and they are communicating through secret language. Some even said that the moon goddess was an alien. She wanted to go back to her planet. If Lin Wuyu saw the comments, he would probably sigh that this generation of netizens is really amazing. But, rather than this problem, he should be more concerned about the problems of the program team. It appeared on the big screen out of nowhere. It must be haunted. Of course, haven't you seen those big internet celebrities? They are rich and famous. Who wouldn't want to be an internet celebrity? Wang Kai said seriously. Now becoming an internet celebrity is the dream of many people. There will be even more internet celebrities in a few years. You only see their glamorous appearance, but you don't know how dirty they are behind the scenes. Lin Wuyu sighed softly. It is because of the emergence of internet celebrities that the values of many young people have been distorted. Fortunately, there are very few internet celebrities these days. Who cares if it's dirty or not? Teacher, didn't you say there was a way for me to become an internet celebrity? Then teach me quickly. Wang Kai had no intention of listening to Lin Wuyu's teachings and asked anxiously. This is his main purpose, to learn how to become an internet celebrity. Otherwise, who would come to school so late at night? Don't be in a hurry. Becoming an internet celebrity won't happen overnight. Let's chat first. Lin Wuyu waved his hand and communicated with Wang Kai in a gentle manner. Everyone in the world has some differences in their thoughts. Lin Wuyu once chose to make others cater to his own views. Later he found this method difficult. Since everyone has different ideas, let's find common ground to communicate. Where is your home? Which city? Chunching, what's wrong? Is your family quite wealthy? Not bad, but not as rich as the sons of those big bosses. I see. How do you think your parents treat you? Well, they just like to hinder my dreams. Actually, they're pretty nice and often meet my requests. They are annoying and are rarely at home. Incoherent remarks came out of Wang Kai's mouth, and it can be seen that he was also in a state of contradiction. Outside the window, both staff members' heads became bigger after hearing this. So they came all this way with great difficulty just to listen to these boring things. Of course, they knew Wang Kai's family situation. His annual income was about 100,000 yuan, which was the level of a well-off family in the provincial capital, but not that rich. But Wang Kai's family owned 7 or 8 houses in the provincial capital, with a total value of over 10 million. Anyway, it's more than 10 times better than their family conditions. Chapter 0068, Official Commendation. The noise in the room gradually became much quieter. In the end, the voices of Lin Wuyu and Wang Kai could no longer be heard from the machine. How long did they talk? A staff member pointed to his wrist and asked to check the time. The other one took out his cell phone in confusion, only to find that more than half an hour had passed. And there was no movement at all for more than half an hour. So weird. Worried about what might have happened, the two men stuck their heads out, only to find that the room was empty. There was a piece of letter paper left on the table, but I couldn't see what was written on it at a quick glance. Broken. The two men slapped their heads violently. When did these two people leave? They didn't even notice it. Pulling out the phone, the staff member immediately called the director and said in a hurried tone, "Oh no, Lin Wuyu and Wang Kai disappeared. What's going on? Haven't you been watching?" The director was at a loss. He was staring at the live broadcast the whole time. Although he noticed that the two of them were motionless and he couldn't hear any sound of communication, he was thinking that Lin Wuyu was secretly discussing something with Wang Kai. But this situation was beyond his expectations. Wang Kai and Lin Wuyu disappeared for more than half an hour. If something unexpected really happened, the program crew would be blamed in the end. Not daring to delay, they immediately called out the surveillance cameras. After carefully checking for a few minutes, I couldn't find any abnormalities at all. You should know that these monitors cover many places in the school, so usually there will be no problems. Looking for someone? What are you still standing there for? Who has Lin Wuyu's phone number? Give him a call. The director suddenly stood up from his seat. Shout loudly to the people around you. I think I have it. Lan Yu couldn't help but raise her hand. She had asked the village party secretary for Lin Wuyu's phone number that day. I took out my cell phone and called, but the voice from the other end said it was out of service area. They have mobile signals, so there are signals around them. Even if there is no mobile signal, you can still make calls as long as you don't go to the mountains. Unless Lin Wuyu takes Wang Kai into the forest. Going up the mountains so late at night. Are you crazy? Boom, boom, boom. Just as everyone was packing up and preparing to go out to look for Wang Kai, there was a sudden knock on the door of their residence, and it was the village party secretary who looked at them with a puzzled look. Village party secretary, you've come at the right time. Lin Wuyu has taken Wang Kai to the forest. Now quickly contact everyone to find Wang Kai. As soon as the director saw the village party secretary, he couldn't wait to speak. However, the village party secretary smiled strangely. Teacher Xiao Lin has already told me that the child has something to say. He will go to class obediently tomorrow morning. If there is any problem, Teacher Lin will be responsible. Director? Staff? No, he is the person we brought here. If there is any problem, can he be held responsible? He is just an ordinary volunteer teacher. Lan Yu was so anxious that he couldn't help but speak out his true feelings. Suddenly, she closed her mouth because it was somewhat inappropriate to say this in front of the live camera. But even if I shut my mouth, it was no use because the words had already spread out. He, just a volunteer teacher. The volunteer teachers are much greater than you. The unscrupulous host, WC, actually dared to insult my moon goddess. Where's the chef certificate? Where's the income of the online writer? Damn this idiot. Just because you're rich and glamorous makes you great? Sisters, I have found this Lan Yu's Weibo account. I will spray her first to show my respect. Wait for me. The audience in the live broadcast room was furious. Sure enough, this host revealed her true thoughts. What did you say? The village party secretary stared at Lan Yu coldly, with some anger showing on his face. Lin Wuyu is respected in the entire Longquan village. As a result, this outsider actually slandered their teacher Lin so much. I'm sorry, I lost my composure just now. I'm very sorry. Lan Yu apologized with embarrassment. This time, he accidentally lost the manners of a host. But these are all what she really thinks. If something happened to Wang Kai, a volunteer teacher really would not be able to take on that responsibility. Including their program crew will be implicated. Teacher Lin said he would come back tomorrow, so he'll come back tomorrow. I guarantee it with my life. If anything goes wrong, you can come to me for settlement. The village party secretary said something coldly, turned around and left the room. This group of production crew only know how to make trouble. They sent 2 bad students here and didn't allow Lin Wuyu to use some tricks to make Wang Kai change. Since they were so cruel first, Lin Wuyu had to get out of their sight and communicate with Wang Kai. Otherwise, after finally convincing Wang Kai, the whole thing would be disrupted by the program crew. The scene was very embarrassing for a while. The staff of the program crew stood there in a daze. Now that the village party secretary has spoken like this, what else can they do? Just relying on these few people to search on the mountain? Longquan village is surrounded by mountains. If there were no villagers to lead the way, they might have stepped into a hole in the ground. There are many spiral holes on the mountains in this area, going hundreds of meters deep into the ground. Very dangerous. My goodness, the village party secretary is really protecting his son. I like this kind of village party secretary. It is worth it that teacher Xiaolin devotes all his heart and soul to the children of Longquan village. I'm so envious. The production team of Transformation is really terrible. They're just afraid of problems. That's normal, but that sentence exposed Lan Yu's inner thoughts. His character is worrying. It's a pity that I didn't see this episode back then. The people in the program crew looked at each other for a minute or two and finally dispersed at the director's command, and everyone returned to their residences to rest. The other side, Lan Yu, who was hosting a program, came backstage to rest. I took out my phone and opened Weibo and saw a lot of comments popping up below. All of them are criticizing her behavior. This Lan Yu was panicking. Didn't the last episode of Metamorphosis disappear? Where did these netizens see it? Oh no, what should I do? What netizens comment on is not the most important thing. As the host of that episode, Lan Yu knew that some of the things that happened later were the most crucial. If people knew about it, her hosting career might be over. Whoever wants to frame me, damn it. Her heart was beating fast. She couldn't understand why the disappeared video appeared again, and judging by the trend, it seemed to be going viral on the internet. Chapter 0069, Get Together? The Other Side. The program crew in the mountain village completely gave up struggling. They didn't even dare to notify Wang Kai's parents. Although they were busy with work, they undoubtedly cared very much about their child. A night passed. The next morning, Li Run went to school with dark circles under his eyes. Coming to the countryside, there is no more mobile phone entertainment, no more TV series or movies to watch, so his sleeping time changed from midnight to 8 or 9 in the evening. But because of what happened last night, Li Ren tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. I finally fell asleep at 2 or 3 o'clock, and when I woke up it was time for class. It was equivalent to him sleeping only 2 or 3 hours at night. Forget it. Let's catch up on some sleep during the lunch break and go see what Wang Kai and teacher Lin did first. After clearing his chaotic thoughts, Li Ren set off with his school bag on his back. After arriving at the school halfway up the mountain, he was stunned by the scene in the classroom. Wang Kai was seen reciting the history of the first grade in the classroom in an orderly manner. Even when he saw him, he just glanced at him casually. On the podium, Lin Wuyu looked at him with a smile, as if she had expected it. You came early today. Have you finished your homework? It's done. After a moment of hesitation, Li Run took out the homework from his school bag. I couldn't help but look at Wang Kai curiously, wanting to see if this guy had been tortured into confessing by Yinan. Otherwise, why would this guy be so obedient? There must be something fishy going on here. You have done your homework well. Your foundation is still very good. Don't leave after school this afternoon. I want to talk to you. Lin Wuyu only took a quick look and knew whether Li Run had completed his homework carefully. To be honest, he had memorized the answers to the questions above and could tell at a glance whether they were correct. Surprisingly, even without Xiaoyu and homework helper, the children in this city could still have a 90% accuracy rate. The wrong questions were simply due to problems in their thinking process, so the answers were not correct. For example, this problem was solving a linear equation with 2 variables. The person who set the question used a little trick and deliberately gave a false data. If you want to get the last factor of the equation, you need to solve the first linear equation first. Unfortunately, Li Run directly used the data column formula, so there was no suspense about the error. This question, and this question. Ask Yu Wei for help later. After giving Li Run some instructions, Lin Wuyu concentrated on working on something. Even though he doesn't have to teach every day, he is the only one who has to prepare lessons for 7 grades. He also has to set questions and pay attention to the status of each student. These tasks almost fill up a whole working day. Okay, thank you, Teacher Lin. Li Ren opened his mouth and returned to his seat with his homework book. After looking at the mistakes pointed out by Lin Wuyu, all he was thinking about was Lin Wuyu's first sentence. Chat this afternoon? Does this volunteer teacher really have the ability to turn him into a student like Wang Kai? Li Ren felt that it was unlikely. No one in this world could truly understand him, not even Lin Wuyu. He had also noticed in the past 2 days that Lin Wuyu was a very good teacher. Even the foreign teachers hired by their school could not claim to be better than Lin Wuyu in English. Moreover, Lin Wuyu has a vast store of knowledge, and the students he educates are all excellent. That you had actually learned all the knowledge from the first to the 3rd year of junior high school. Even if Yu Wei were to take the high school entrance examination, he would definitely be admitted to a key school. Some lower grade group leaders have actually started to teach themselves knowledge from other grades. This good thirst for knowledge and the unity and mutual help among students are something Li Run has never seen in any other school class. If Lin Wuyu was placed in a middle school or a high school, he would definitely become famous. But in this remote Pasan village, Li Ren believes that Lin Wuyu must have a bigger plan. Good morning, teacher. Not long after, other students entered the classroom one after another. Today, a student took a sick leave because he caught a cold last night when he didn't cover himself with a blanket and was unable to come to class. He asked his neighbor's classmate to help him take a day off. After entering the classroom, the students first read aloud according to yesterday's process. After reciting, the group did not leave the classroom. They handed in their homework during the break. The group leader pointed out their mistakes and made corrections. Lin Wuyu just walked among the crowd, occasionally checking to see if they were doing okay. Next comes the 3-period class time. Primary school students study 1 Chinese lesson, 1 mathematics lesson, and 1 ideology and morality lesson. The curriculum for students in grade 3 and above has added an English course to develop their English knowledge in advance. Originally, Lin Wuyu didn't want them to learn English, but considering that English is an important plus subject, he decided to follow the teaching method in the city. School is over. 11:30 a.m., lunch break time. Students who could not go home would cook and eat with Lin Wuyu, while students who could go home to eat would go home to eat by themselves. Classmates, how about we have dinner together today? However, unexpectedly, Lin Wuyu did not let the students leave. Instead, he stood in the yard and spoke with a smile on his face. Yue, go get my rice and catch 2 chickens. Oh, and get some bacon too. Instructing Yue to get the prepared things, Lin Wuyu turned around and looked at all the students. You should know what the teacher is going to do, right? No. Many students spoke in unison, looking at Lin Wuyu with eyes full of respect. The reason for doing this was that Lin Wuyu wanted to visit a sick classmate at his home. In the past, when other students were sick and couldn't come to class, Lin Wuyu would also go, but he rarely took the whole class with him. Because there are more than 50 people in the class, once we go to someone else's home, it's like having more than 50 mouths to feed. The teacher brought the child's classmates to visit, so we can't treat them badly, right? Killing chickens and eating meat are inevitable operations. That's why Lin Wuyu brought the ingredients with him. For the villagers of Longquan Village, a chicken is worth more than 100 yuan, and losing a piece of bacon means they can't eat meat for a long time. The family members were in tears. So you're going to visit a sick classmate. Moon God, you're the eternal God. Moon goddess, who else but me? Ahem, students, please listen. This operation is extraordinary. It has established a love tree and united the students. The students are moved and love to learn. Why do you bring your own music? Chapter 0070, Old Matters Revisited. In fact, I am more curious about why Wang Kai has really become well-behaved and why a smile has appeared on this child's face. Yes, during breaks I saw him joining in on the discussion, and it was clear that he had made great progress. Of course, that's all thanks to the moon goddess. Wang Kai must have been impressed by what she told him last night. Indeed. If someone had advised me like this when I was studying, I wouldn't have fallen to this point. Oh, forget it, brothers. The urban management officials are chasing us away from the overpass again. Well, this is all our own fault. In fact, when we were young, someone tried to enlighten us, but we didn't listen. My beloved concubine is absolutely right. Go away. Who is your beloved concubine? I already have someone in my heart. It doesn't matter who you have in your heart, as long as your body belongs to me, smirk. Here is my contact information. Come find me at night. Achi Bongchi. Can't read. Bing Bing watched the video with a beautiful smile, and her heart was slightly moved. People's teachers have always been a sacred profession. Some people say that he is a lamp, illuminating others and burning himself. Some people say that he is a hard-working gardener who waters every growing flower and plant. Unfortunately, this sacred profession has been tarnished by many people, and teachers have gradually lost their former glory. In ancient times, those who wanted to be teachers had to first shape their body and temper their character. Nowadays, teachers only look at a student's academic qualifications, not his or her moral character. Ancient scholars have proposed that people are born bad and that we gradually become better through learning. Others say that people are born good and become bad due to the influence of the world. In fact, everyone is different, whether it is good or bad. As long as there is virtue and love in your heart, this is great. Teacher Lin has influenced Wang Kai and this group of students. I believe that when they grow up, they will be very grateful that they met a good teacher when they were young. Bing Bing spoke from the bottom of her heart. This passage is not a script, nor is it arranged by the program team. It is also her true thoughts. If all the teachers in the world were like this, then Dragon Country would surely produce many self-reliant young men. A strong youth means a strong country. A strong country is tough. Just when the understanding program was going smoothly, some news about Superboy gradually appeared on the internet. Among the millions of people, there are naturally people working in the internet industry. I found that this was very suitable to become a news hotspot, so I immediately recorded it and turned it into a short video or compiled a story of life and death based on a few pictures. Hashtag revealing the dark side of metamorphosis. A young volunteer teacher angrily criticized metamorphosis. Hashtag what a mistake. The volunteer teacher student turned out to be a big star. Hashtag. The relevant headlines appeared on Hot Topics and topped the hot search lists of multiple software programs on the same day. Kyoto Opera Academy. As the largest art college in the country, it is filled with a strong artistic atmosphere. Many stars and artists come out of the Kyoto Opera Academy, and those who join it will unsurprisingly come into contact with an upper-class circle. At this time, inside the girls' dormitory of the Opera Academy, four good-looking girls are discussing something. Words such as artist, celebrity, old classmate, senior, etc. The most attractive appearance is that of a girl with long hair and no makeup on her face, about 18 years old, with a pair of lively eyes that seem untainted by dust. "Oh my God!" Suddenly, one of the girls screamed. "What's wrong?" The girls around were attracted by the girl's performance and looked up and asked curiously. "I just saw a trending search. A volunteer teacher angrily criticized the show Metamorphosis, and this volunteer teacher is so handsome." The girl handed over the phone in amazement with stars in her eyes. It happened 7 or 8 years ago. The volunteer teacher should be in his 20s, right? It's a pity that he's a bit old, but an uncle might be okay. Can't. Just when the girl was immersed in her fantasy, the girl with bright eyes suddenly shouted loudly. The three of them fell into confusion again. "Qing Xian, what's wrong with you?" Wang Qingxian seemed to be lost in some memories as she looked at the young man on the phone screen. Her face flushed slightly as she replied in a low voice. "This is my elementary school teacher. He taught me music." "What?" Several people were in a state of shock, their eyes wide open, full of disbelief. Wang Qingxuan's musical level is so high that even the professor is amazed. This talented woman can play the guzheng, piano, and many other instruments, and she switches between different accents very naturally and skillfully. At first, they thought that Wang Qingxuan's family was very rich, and that he must have hired a master-level person to teach since they were young. But Wang Qingxian actually said that her music teacher was a volunteer teacher. That's him. Teacher Lin's music skills are very high, and his voice is very nice. 2 of my songs were composed by him. How did Wang Qingxian answer? Her songs are very popular on the internet, and her famous songs even have hundreds of millions of views. Now Wang Qingxian can even start her own business, and her income alone exceeds that of 99% of current students. Could it be those 2 songs? The roommate swallowed and said, "If we talk about Wang Qingxuan's famous songs, they are of course the 2 songs with lyrics full of meaning. One is in opera style, and the other is an ordinary song. They are all hot in the streets." It was also because of these 2 songs that Wang Qingxian attracted the attention of the Opera Academy and stood out to become a student of the Opera Academy. Yes, but unfortunately Mr. Lin didn't leave his phone number when he left. I tried to find out about him, but I couldn't find any trace of him. Wang Qingxian sighed slowly, her little face full of melancholy. The first thing she wanted to do after she became rich was to share it with Lin Wuyu, but soon she realized that she didn't have Lin Wuyu's contact information. The person who warmed her years and witnessed her growth passed by in a hurry. When she looked back in shock, he had disappeared. Something is wrong. Someone commented below that they saw it in a live broadcast room, and the guest in that live broadcast room was this volunteer teacher. My roommate beside me also opened the trending search and couldn't help but read out the comments. "What live broadcast room? Is there a link? Send it to me." Hearing this, Wang Qingxian felt as if his tail had been stepped on, and his hands suddenly became flustered. Live broadcast room? Wouldn't that mean I can meet my teacher? That teacher Kobayashi who worked tirelessly to train them back then. Chapter 0071 that passed. Wait a minute. Let me take a closer look. The roommates around her stared at Wang Qingxian with strange eyes. This was the first time they saw Wang Qingxian so excited. Even though she won the gold medal in the competition, Wang Qingxian still acted very cold. Is the gold medal in the competition not as important as this teacher? A moment. The 3 roommates' minds began to become crooked, as if they saw a flame of gossip burning. You don't understand. Without Teacher Lin, I wouldn't be who I am today. I was born in a poor mountain village with poor education. I had to walk an hour every morning to go to elementary school. Sometimes it took me 4 hours to go back and forth. The future of our group of children was to drop out of school and work. Even if you are really good at studying and have talent, your parents cannot cultivate you without a good family background. I lost my parents when I was young. It was Mr. Kobayashi who helped me out of the difficult situation and showed me the beauty of music. Wang Qingxian said this while fiddling with her phone. Tears as big as beans slid down her fair face, dripped onto the table, and splashed with a plop. This scene left the three roommates at a loss for words for a moment. The flame of gossip in my heart was extinguished instantly. Their families are relatively wealthy, and one of them is the daughter of the boss of a large company. Their lives are not as rough as Wang Qingxuan's. Yes, most of the students at the Opera Academy come from well-off families. Many children of wealthy people in this world have already surpassed ordinary children at the starting line. There is no absolute fairness in the world. Being different is a common phenomenon which makes people motivated. This teacher must be great, and his life must be great now. Qin Xian, I'm sorry. We don't know your background. It doesn't matter. I've actually figured all this out. Besides, I've met such a good teacher and have my grandparents by my side. I'm very satisfied. Wang Qingxian smiled bitterly, his eyes still bloodshot. She stared blankly at the figure in the picture, as if time had gone back to her childhood. When I was a child, I didn't have the bright lights and nightlife of big cities, nor the complicated human nature. I was content just following teacher Kobayashi around every day. This show is, if I remember correctly, Wang Qingxian remembers that the show Superboy has disappeared for many years. The name of this live broadcast room is also called Understanding. I don't know where the records of that year were found. This program is called Understanding and is also very popular online. It specializes in digging out the little secrets between couples. The people participating this time are very unusual. The identity of an online writer was revealed, and the identity of a national chef was also revealed. A roommate who follows the hot topics on the internet explained that although he has not watched the show, there are indeed many legendary stories about the person in the show. It is fun to reveal the identities of a person who has so many aliases. Is this person's name Lin Wuyu? Silly Wang Qingxian stared at the playing screen of Superboy and asked her inner guess. Yes, it's Lin Wuyu. The roommate nodded seriously and then was stunned. Is your teacher Xiaolin also called Lin Wuyu? What? My teacher Xiaolin, don't talk nonsense. Wang Qingxian rolled her eyes and her heart beat wildly. I actually met Mr. Kobayashi. Should I contact him? After hesitating for a long time, Wang Qingxian took out her mobile phone and sent a message to a former elementary school classmate. Wang Ning, I saw teacher Xiaolin on this show. The message has just been sent. The person on the other side responded immediately. What? Wait a minute. I'll go check it out right away. Research Institute. This is where many scientific researchers from Kyoto gather. At this moment, in a research room, a young man hurriedly put down his mobile phone and walked outside. Xiaoning, what are you doing? We're going to compile the statistics right away. The professor who was in charge of guiding Wang Ning in his studies turned around and wanted to call Wang Ning. Today, Wang Ning is the most promising fresh blood in the Research Institute. He has outstanding scientific research achievements at the age of only 18. There are many unique insights that are refreshing to the professors. Therefore, Professor Li treated Wang Ning as the precious heir of the Research Institute and took him to study spacecraft research and development for a long time. Just when the data was about to be checked for the last time, Wang Ning was in a hurry to leave. Professor, I found the contact information of the elementary school teacher. You guys go ahead and get the test data. I'll come back and continue my research later. Wang Ning suddenly realized his gaffe. Anyway, Professor Li was very good to him, and he needed to be explained. I was so excited just now that I forgot to explain. Your elementary school teacher? To the surprise of all the researchers, even Professor Li took off his gloves and walked towards Wang Ning. They looked at each other. Isn't he just an elementary school teacher? Is it really that exaggerated? This is witnessing the birth of a new generation of manned spaceflight. What could be more important than this? My primary school classmates sent me messages, and now I have contacted several old classmates and plan to discuss it. Wang Ning nodded. He had heard from Professor Li about Lin Wuyu's existence. Magic City Financial Building. A young man was staring at the direction of the stock market with great enthusiasm. When he saw that the stock price had been rising to 7%, the young man walked out with one hand in his pocket. Behind me came a burst of crying and shouting. Some were happy and some were sad. Boss, we made millions this time. Walking through the financial building, a middle-aged man in a black suit approached the teenager with a smile on his face and a respectful attitude. A middle-aged man bowing and nodding to a young man? This scene is a bit strange, no matter how you look at it. The teenager nodded calmly and rubbed his nose subconsciously. Where's my phone? Here I am, boss. The middle-aged man took out his cell phone from his pocket. While handing it to the boy, he said. Xiao Zhang has already gone to drive the car and will be here soon. And Mr. Bao wants to. Before the middle-aged man could finish his words, the young man suddenly raised his hand and interrupted his story. His eyebrows gathered together, then suddenly moved upwards, and the corners of his mouth curled up unnaturally into a terrifying arc. Ha 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 ha! The boy laughed happily. It was not until this moment that a youthful smile appeared on his face. The middle-aged man standing by was confused. Could it be that Mr. Li's business was booming again? Congratulations, Mr. Li. Congratulations, Mr. Li. No matter what happens, it's right to thank Mr. Li based on his expression. Bring the car over here right now. I won't see anyone these 2 days. I'll push everything away. Li Gang made the arrangements in high spirits. Chapter 0072. Students all over the world. Famous teacher unknown. Scenes like this appear in many corners. Or a college student studying at university. Or teenagers who work away from home. They may be well-known singers or unknown scientific researchers. Because of a piece of news, they gathered together again. And they were connected again after being separated for many years because of a piece of news. The recipient of this news was none other than the volunteer teacher from that year. A lot has changed in just 2 years. Contribution is not determined by time, and everyone will remember what Mr. Kobayashi has done for them. Until now, Wang Ning still remembers the dam standing in the river. It was the first time he experienced the power of knowledge and immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge. Wang Qingxian still remembers that every morning, Teacher Xiaolin took her to train her voice and made medicine for her to nourish her voice. Li Gang still remembers how he told Teacher Xiaolin with a runny nose that he wanted to make a lot of money. Wang Kai will never forget the person who changed his life. Some people say that teachers are gardeners walking in the world. Their students are everywhere in the world, but no one knows about them. You can meet many people in your life, but the only one who can accompany you from the beginning to the end is yourself. Thank you for everyone you meet along the way. Bing Bing's voice came, just right to shatter the last line of defense of all Lin Wu Yu's former students. They couldn't help but show up in the comment section and express their gratitude. First grader Jiang Jia is here to report. Teacher Xiaolin, I'm Zhou Xiaoyu from the 3rd grade. Thank you for your teachings. I've always kept them in my heart. Hello, Mr. Lin. Do you still remember that snotty-nosed follower? Now he is a genius in the domestic stock market, hee hee. Teacher Lin, I'm Wang Mei, and I'm a big singer now. Teacher Lin, Wang Yu is here. I have lived up to your teachings. Ahem, isn't it a bit inappropriate for me, Wang Kai, to come here at this time? But I am also a student of Teacher Lin. Although I am not as good as you, I am also studying in the same class now. Still the same. Fuck, isn't this Li Run? You're here too. I heard you're a student at the National Defense Academy now. Nonsense, there's news about Teacher Lin. The whole class is here. The audience in the live broadcast room stared at the comments blankly. Some more sensitive people will have their eyes moistened without realizing it. This is the past of a class, which brings back some emotional memories for them. Most of the people in the live broadcast room have long forgotten their elementary school classmates, and only a few of them still have a good relationship and are still remembered to this day. That period of time symbolizes their childhood. These are students who value feelings. Wang Mei, are you really Miss Qingxian? Do you have time to come to our mountain city to perform recently? I've been looking forward to your performance. Fuck, these students are all big shots. Most of them are just adults, right? They are all so powerful. Li Run went to the National Defense College? Wow. Even a little bastard like Wang Kai could get into a top university. Awesome. Teacher Kobayashi is truly a famous teacher. Awesome. With this achievement, I feel like I can brag about it for the rest of my life. My elementary school teacher talked about a student she taught who got into Tsinghua University, and she still considers it her own achievement. Ah, what does Tsinghua have to do with elementary school? If one appears, it's okay. But if more than 10 appear, you should think about it carefully. Yes, Mr. Kobayashi, most of these students are in the first category. The audience in the live broadcast room were filled with emotion. If only 1 or 2 students had brilliant achievements, they would just think it was a coincidence. Because there are so many people in each class, it is normal for 1 or 2 successful people to appear. Especially in the class taught by Lin Wu Yu, it didn't seem like a big deal to have 7 or 8 books. However, in a Longquan village class taught by Lin Wu Yu, there are more than 7 or 8 top-ranked students. Excluding those who are still in high school, there are more than 20 students in Lin Wu Yu's class who have proven themselves to be top students. What kind of exaggerated data is this? So many top-notch students came out of a mountain village. If it were in ancient times, this mountain village would probably be emitting green smoke and would be regarded as the birthplace of the dragon vein scholar spirit. But now everyone in the live broadcast room knows very well that the reason why there are so many first-class students has a lot to do with Lin Wu Yu's influence on them. I believe that teacher Lin will feel very relieved when he sees this. He doesn't have many requests. I just hope that my students will be everywhere in the world, and that no one will know my name as a teacher. Bing Bing's eyes unconsciously entered the sand. She switched to the scene of Lin Wu Yu's home. At this moment, Lin Wu Yu was sitting on the sofa watching TV. The content was a very old TV series, which had become the memory of many people in that era. It's really Teacher Lin. The students of Longquan Village were stunned. They stared at the pictures on their phones. 6 or 7 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and Teacher Kobayashi had become much more mature and experienced. But you can still see what he looked like back then. Unable to admit fault. Wife, do you think the village where I teach has developed now? Looking at the poor mountain village in the TV series, Lin Wu Yu couldn't help but think of the teaching experience he had back then. That mountain village is similar to the one in the TV series, just as poor. But the people in the village are united and loving. These are Lin Wu Yu's beautiful memories, and that group of lovely students. Teacher, every household in Longquan Village now has a small Western-style building. Yes, the road in the village has been changed from a cement road to an asphalt road. The dam Wang Ning mentioned has already been built. There are no left-behind children in Longquan Village now, and the whole village has no worries about food and drink. This is because Li Gang has helped the villagers become rich. There are more teachers in the school, and each grade has its own class, unlike what we had before. The new school is still built halfway up the mountain. It has a cafeteria, a slide, and the flowers and plants you like. Strange comments appeared in the live broadcast room. These students don't know that Lin Wu Yu was just forced to participate in the show and is completely unaware of the show. They couldn't wait to tell their old teacher Lin about the changes in Longquan Village and themselves. They did not let Lin Wu Yu down, did not betray Longquan Village, and always loved the land that gave birth to them and raised them. Chapter 0073 Requests from Students. 7 years passed. Longquan Village has also undergone tremendous changes. Someone found the video of Longquan Village on the internet and sent it to the Understanding Program team. Now, let us witness the changes in Longquan Village and see what contributions those children have made to Longquan Village. Bing Bing pressed the switch with a smile on her face. Suddenly, the picture in the live broadcast room changed again. What kind of mountain village is that? Or it can be said that it is not a mountain village, but rather a paradise. Cash crops and big trees are planted all over the mountains and fields. Peach blossoms are everywhere in the sky, falling one by one as the wind blows. Occasionally, people in fashionable clothes would walk through the crowd. It seems like I am here for fun. This is Longquan Village. Why does it look like a tourist attraction? There are so many peach blossoms. I didn't expect there is such a beautiful place. This is Longquan Village. You're not in Yunqing, so you don't know this place, but basically everyone in Yunqing knows that Longquan Village is a tourist attraction. The food is delicious and the scenery is beautiful. Fuck, I kinda wanna go play. Girlfriend, how about we go to this place to have fun after we make some money? Everyone was shocked by the scene before them. The peach blossoms all over the mountains were so romantic just thinking about it. Unfortunately, some people are allergic to pollen and may not dare to go to such places. These peach blossoms are the money that Teacher Lin left us after he passed away. He asked the village to plant peach trees on the mountain first. The original mountain road was also built under the leadership of Teacher Lin, who organized the labor force of the entire village to build it together. It took more than a month to complete it. Hey, I'm also one of the participants. Students from Longquan Village explained that they are very confident about their hometown. The mountain is covered with peach trees and peach blossoms, and at the foot of the mountain is a leisurely clear spring. There is a river about 3 or 4 meters wide, and ancient bridges are built across the river, with pedestrians coming and going in an endless stream. There are various homestays or small shops on both sides of the strait. Most of the people living here today are locals from Longquan Village. The village will regularly collect garbage and maintain the surrounding environment. Speaking of the attractions in Longquan Village, one of them is the mountain driveway. In the dim afternoon sun, you can drive your car and take your loved one through the mountains, with peach trees on both sides and beautiful scenery. The second is the food in Longquan Village. Original firewood-fired rice and delicious mountain delicacies. The third one is the Little Three Gorges built by Wang Ning. There is a lake on the distant mountain. If a dam is not built to block it, it will easily cause mountain flooding. The prototype of this dam was built based on the Three Gorges Dam, but it lacks some functions. This is natural. After all, it is just a small reservoir, not as important as the Three Gorges Dam. Its main function is to prevent floods and store water, and to replenish the water needed by crops and peach trees at the foot of the mountain during droughts. In addition to these three, there are various tourism projects specially created by Li Gang, such as amusement parks and sightseeing cable cars. Many people from the surrounding areas like to come here to play, and some even come here to see the scenery of Longquan Village. Fuck, I just searched online, and Longquan Village has received rave reviews. The prices are reasonable, the owner is very friendly, the environment is good, and the scenery is beautiful. Fuck, a week of fun costs less than $2,000? Some people searched for relevant information about Longquan Village out of curiosity and were shocked by the results. All the reviews on the travel software were positive, with only 1 or 2 negative reviews occasionally. If there are no negative reviews, there is probably something fishy about this attraction. There are very few attractions in the world that can satisfy everyone's wishes. However, the reasons for the bad reviews are not that significant. There are no complaints about the services or food at the attractions. As the camera panned, everyone saw the rows of small Western-style buildings, decorated with the spirit of Dragon Kingdom culture. Let's connect with some of our former students and let them explain. Bing Bing suddenly had a good idea. Let Lin Wu Yu students tell us about the changes in their hometown. The connection starts. The ID that appeared was actually an account called Wang Qingxian. Fuck, Miss Qingxian? It's really interesting. I have to say the production team is really good at making things happen. They use some professional celebrities for free. When it comes to shamelessness, I only admire Bing Bing. Speak, Miss Qingxian. I like your voice the most. Some of the audience were fans of Wang Qingxian, and they immediately became excited. Hello, everyone. The other side. Wang Qingxian in the dormitory said hello to the microphone, organized her speech, and began to speak in an orderly manner. The development plan of Longquan Village was actually proposed by Mr. Lin. At that time, Li Gang was very knowledgeable about making money. After he came out, all of us who had made some progress invested part of the funds. There was no road in the village originally. After the program was completed, Teacher Lin led everyone to build a road. We then started planting peach trees to provide raw materials for those manufacturers. Later, a classmate who was working in my hometown began to study peach varieties, and the name Longquan peaches came into being. Afterwards, every household made some money from growing peach trees and started to think about building houses. It was mainly because of that elementary school classmate that the whole village became a tourist attraction. At present, every family in Longquan Village has a monthly income of 10,000 yuan. Even though the aunt selling stinky tofu on the street is poor, she actually owns 2 houses in a big city. Wang Qingshuan's beautiful voice instantly eliminated all distracting thoughts in people's minds. Some people's voices really sound like they were kissed by angels, and you can fall in love with them as soon as they open their mouths. It sounds good. Miss Qingxian, can you tell me again? I didn't hear it clearly just now. This. Isn't this the voice of my first love? My first girlfriend is my dream girl. She spent many nights with me. Her voice is just like Miss Qingshuan's. Sister Qingxian, don't listen to these old SBS. I've said it once, it's enough. Look at these old SBS. If they don't learn from their mistakes, their heads will be full of bad things. Well, Miss Qingxian, I didn't listen carefully either. After a pause, Wang Qingxian was amused by the comments from netizens. She usually doesn't laugh out loud in such situations unless she can't help it. Sister Bing Bing, we actually have a request. When Teacher Lin left, no one said goodbye properly. We would like to express our gratitude to Teacher Lin through the program team. She made the request sincerely, speaking on behalf of more than 50 students in the class and expressing the common thoughts in their hearts. Chapter 0074. Worry arises in my heart, and the wind rises, and it is difficult to calm down. The flapping of a butterfly's wings caused a storm millions of miles away. The Understanding program team announced the last episode of the Metamorphosis project filmed that year, which touched the hearts of many participants that year. After participating in a very popular program at the time, Lan Yu hurried back home. She was a little absent-minded as the host of the show that day. The director noticed that she was in a bad mood and comforted her. Lan Yu's reputation in the hosting industry is already well known, and her career has been smooth sailing since she left the Superboy program. Nowadays, she can get paid several million for hosting a show, which can be said to be very expensive. Wife. The show is being recorded so early today. When I returned to the high-end residential area in Shanghai, my husband was already sitting at home waiting for me. Lan Yu's husband is the owner of a media company, and his business is pretty good. Of course, Lan Yu also helped in this and contributed a lot of important information. Many celebrity scandals involve Lan Yu and her husband's company. As the host of various variety shows, it is normal for you to be exposed to this kind of news. You can find the important information first, and then by adding fuel to the fire, you can immediately achieve a good effect of attracting attention. I feel a little unwell today. Honey is shouting back. Lan Yu put down his backpack and sat directly on the sofa. His face was gloomy and he rubbed his temple with his hand. In addition to work, her son is also a headache. Because of her and her husband's jobs, Wang Chun was able to come into contact with many celebrities. He often went out to fool around and did not listen to their discipline. No, there is 1 million missing from the bank account, and I don't know where the kid went. Wang Jingyi also had a headache. Although they have such good financial conditions, their son is a thorn in their side and often makes their lives difficult. My episode of Metamorphosis has appeared online again. This sounds like bad news. Have you gotten your visa? Lan Yu finally expressed his concerns. These days, the last episode of If You Were the One has become popular on the internet and has attracted a lot of attention. This made Lan Yu feel a sense of crisis, and he worried that he would be implicated because of what happened that year. She is the host of the program and has indirectly helped the development of If You Were the One. What's going on? Wang Jingyi knew what happened that year and frowned slightly. The visa will be issued soon, and then we can immigrate directly, and we don't have to worry about anything. I have also negotiated with some companies over there. My business is continuing as normal, and you will be able to work in Hollywood. The visa issue was something the couple had been planning for a long time. After a lot of hard work and using many connections, I was finally able to transfer my household registration to a country full of freedom. That's good. That Lin Wuyu has appeared again. I'm worried that he will settle old scores again. Lan Yu patted his chest, held Wang Jingyi's hand, and said fearfully, there was actually a lot of hidden secrets behind what happened back then. Only they know how dangerous it was back then. The second-in-command personally came out to criticize the various performances of If You Are the One, saying that it was a vicious program. In addition, many large companies and top companies in the entertainment industry have also joined in, all targeting Superboy. Fortunately, the capital behind Superboy got wind of the news in advance and terminated the filming of the entire program early, thus avoiding the disaster that year. With the mobilization of various public relations forces, the danger that year was suppressed so that it did not affect their subsequent development. If there is even the slightest mistake, their future careers will be ruined. Just leave, just leave. Wang Jingyi hugged Lan Yu and comforted her in a gentle tone. What's funny is that these people who are doing the Metamorphosis program didn't even send their own rebellious teenagers to the countryside for education, because they also know that the effect is negligible, unless Lan Yu's pupils dilated slightly. Thinking of the changes in the two young men, she had to admit that Lin Wuyu was a good teacher. When the mothers of the two city teenagers saw their children, they were stunned and couldn't help but burst into tears. They never thought that their children would have such a big change. They almost suspected that they were fake. The other side. The director who was mainly responsible for that episode that year was also in a state of panic. You have to know that once a problem occurs in a film or TV series, the director is usually the one to blame. As the director of Superboy, he spent a lot of money to save himself from danger. The storm finally passed, but because of that crappy understanding program team, the issue of Superboy was brought up again. I don't know if it's someone's collusion or if it's a natural media trend. The popularity of Superboy has been rising rapidly in the past 2 days. It is estimated that it will soon enter the sight of other people. Director Gua? When the director was staring at his phone in a daze, a hand suddenly appeared in front of him and waved in front of him. Yes, the footage is well shot. Let's stop here for today's recording. Director Gua came to his senses, immediately turned off his mobile phone screen, stood up, and prepared to leave. When he looked up, he found a man in uniform staring at him. He was so scared that he took 2 steps back. Director Gua, today's scenes haven't started filming yet. What's wrong with you? After seeing the man in uniform clearly, Director Gua suddenly realized that he was a supporting role in this movie and almost thought that the authorities came to take him away. It's okay. I'm not in good shape. Let's continue shooting. After going to the bathroom to calm himself down, Director Guo opened the chat history with Lan Yu. The other party has already planned to go to a country full of freedom and cut off ties with everything. It seems that I have to prepare to go abroad too. After calming down, Director Guo immediately called his wife and told her to prepare everything and go to another country. In their eyes, that land is full of freedom, greatness, and light. As long as they leave Dragon Kingdom will no longer have jurisdiction over them. Anyway, even if they're dealt with, they will only be banned and locked up for 1 or 2 years. The director of Superboy has already collected enough information and is sure that it won't be that serious. Little did I know, no matter how serious it was, they hurt many children after all. Once the investigation is carried out, let alone whether they can guarantee their own safety, the mere fact of being banned in the entertainment industry is something they cannot bear. Chapter 0075, Do Not Disturb, Watch Quietly. On site of the Understanding Program crew, Bingbing looked a little embarrassed when listening to Wang Qingxuan's request. Well, actually Mr. Lin had an identity before. He was a special guest chef for the state banquet, but he seemed to have hidden all his identities. He just wanted to live a good life with his wife. You can take a look at the situation. If you really want to express your gratitude, we can provide help, but you can't tell others about the existence of the program team. This is the biggest concession the program team can make. They could see that Lin Wuyu didn't seem to want to have anything to do with what happened back then and just wanted to live a good life. They can let Lin Wuyu know about these students in disguise, but they must not expose the Understanding program. Otherwise, their program will be completely ruined. What's the point? National chef. Hiding your identity? The students in the live broadcast room were stunned and learned what had happened before from the kind explanations of other netizens. For example, Lin Wuyu's current job is as an online writer. His works are very popular, and the current average subscription is at least 200,000 or 300,000. In addition, Lin Wuyu is also a specially invited chef for the state banquet and had a good relationship with the second-in-command. When all the news came out, the students did not seem to be very shocked. They had already tasted Lin Wuyu's cooking skills, which were simply amazing. Moreover, the students also felt it was normal that teacher Lin could write the best work on the entire internet. Even if the program team told them now that Lin Wuyu is actually a billionaire, they would still believe it. In their hearts, Lin Wuyu is almost omnipotent. Even the second-in-command didn't bother teacher Lin. So let's just forget it. Since teacher Lin is living a good life now, it seems a bit disturbing for us to thank him like this. Forget it. Let's just keep this gratitude in our hearts. I still feel a little unwilling. I want to say thank you in person. Even if I can do something for you, I will feel satisfied. The students started to speak. After a few years, they have all grown a lot. But when he thought back to Lin Wuyu's teachings back then, he still couldn't help but be moved. At that time, they did not have the ability to thank Lin Wuyu. They could only send him some insignificant wild fruits, some homemade delicacies, or a crooked handwritten thank you letter. Now that they have the ability, they cannot thank their teachers, which makes them feel very unwilling. It wasn't just one classmate who thought so. Wang Qingxian also held the phone in confusion, not knowing what to say. Qingxian, why don't you just forget about it? Your teacher is really amazing. He's a chef for state banquets, a great author, and has great attainments in music teaching. It must be very happy to marry his teacher's wife, right? My roommates next to me were extremely envious. In their minds, Lin Wuyu's image immediately became profound. He was handsome, loving, caring for his wife, talented, had a sense of justice, and could make money. Such a man is the perfect object of my dream. Yes, teacher Lin lives a good and quiet life. Why should we disturb him? Wang Qingxian sighed and finally let go of his hand helplessly. This moment seemed to release some youthful emotions, causing her mood to become extremely low in an instant. What is lost? Wang Qingxian didn't know either. It's probably the result of several years of persistence and pursuit. Outside the Magic City Financial Building, inside the luxurious RV, Li Gang stared at the comments on the screen, his eyes suddenly turning red. In front of outsiders, he is a domineering president. Although he is young and rich, tears are actually falling from his eyes. No one knows what Lin Wuyu represents to Li Gang. He can achieve what he has today because of Lin Wuyu's diligence. Mr. Li, the bodyguard in a suit in the car, handed over a tissue without saying a word. He was really confused. This boss is very open-minded about love between men and women. In the few years he has followed Li Gang, He has never seen Li Gang fall in love with any girl, so it must not be about love. So what is the reason? Taking a glance at the live broadcast on Li Gang's mobile phone, the bodyguard in suits suddenly realized what was going on. It turned out that I was moved by watching the live broadcast. Institute of Scientific Research. The professor patted Wang Ning's back gently and said softly, "Forget it. Work hard to become better. This is the best way to thank Teacher Xiaolin." "Thank you, Professor. Let's continue testing the data." Wang Ning nodded silently. Then the corners of his mouth turned up and he put on a fake smile. "Yeah, how can this be laughed at?" In fact, I felt extremely uncomfortable inside, but I could only force a smile. To make a metaphor, these students are like children who study hard and are eager to get recognition and praise from their parents. But this parent no longer cares about them, and this is the saddest thing. In the picture, Lin Wuyu and Su Yuling finished watching the latest TV series together and started chatting casually. "Hubby, do you still miss those students now?" "I miss them. They were a bunch of good kids. They should be pursuing their dreams now. I hope they can succeed." Lin Wuyu picked up a piece of watermelon with a toothpick and put it into Su Yueling's mouth. After chewing the watermelon, Su Yueling asked vaguely, "Do you still want to meet with them now? You can ask about their current situation." Su Yueling didn't know about this in the live broadcast room. "I was just thinking that it would be nice to organize a reunion for my classmates who I have met for so many years. At least Lin Wuyu worked very hard for the students in that village." "I haven't thought about that." Lin Wuyu paused for a moment. "I am just a passerby in life. It's enough to help them leave. The higher their achievements, the more gratified I feel. As for meeting, those who care will never forget." Hearing this, the many students in the live broadcast room suddenly became quiet. They felt their noses inexplicably sour. But Teacher Lin still hoped that they would have a good future. "Give everything silently and don't label yourself as righteous. Perhaps the best yearning in the world is, I know you have me in your heart, and you know I have you in my heart." This sentence is dedicated to Mr. Xiaolin's former students in the live broadcast room, and also to every audience watching. As soon as Bing Bing opened her mouth, her voice was full of literary style. This sentence made the students feel very identified. Yes, the best way to miss someone in the world is to know that they miss you. If that's the case, what's the difference between expressing it in person and in person? When they reach a high enough level, they will thank Teacher Kobayashi. "I'm planning to release a new song, and I want to express my gratitude in my own way." Wang Qingxian let out a long breath, and a few lines of lyrics flashed through her mind. "That's great. I was worried about not being able to find good music to listen to. It looks like the loop will appear after a while. Come on, Qingxian." The three roommates all had smiles on their faces. It had been about a year since Wang Qingxian last released a song. If he doesn't release another song, those fans will probably go crazy. "Professor, let me check the data. I must participate in the construction of Shenzhou 3 years from now." Wang Ning suddenly turned around and looked at the professor with a sharp gaze. Outside the Magic City Financial Building, Li Gang in the RV clenched his fists. He also wanted to express his gratitude using what he was best at. "Drive. Go talk to Mr. Chun." After giving instructions to the driver, who had been waiting for a long time, Li Gang stopped staring at the live broadcast room. Chapter 0076 Treasures in the Small Box. "Very good, husband. Please continue to update for a while and update 3 more chapters for the readers." Su Yueling nodded, thinking that Lin Wuyu's idea was a good one. She opened the book page of A Healing Tip every day and found that there were many more requests for updates. Someone even gave a reward to the Golden Alliance, hoping that Lin Wuyu would add a few more chapters. "I beg Master Moon to update. Why are there only 7 chapters? It's so short and weak." "Good fellow, it has been 3 hours since the last chapter was updated." "Master Moon God, haven't you had enough rest? How about updating another chapter?" "Alas, I suspect that Yu Shun is from the class of breaking chapters. This breaking chapter is really perfect, but it just happened to be stuck at this time. Infuriating. Please write down the next part clearly. I'm about to explode. Did that supporting character die?" All the comments were angry about Lin Wuyu's interruption of the chapter. It's not his fault that he broke the chapter. Who made today's update just happened to be at the part where the chapter was broken. It's just a coincidence. Forget it. It's impossible to satisfy this group of readers. It's better to keep their appetite whetted. Lin Wuyu shook his head and had no intention of updating the readers. To update this thing, you need to indulge yourself and give them some small benefits occasionally. Lin Wuyu discovered a serious problem. That is, readers were very satisfied with his previous update of 3 chapters, and even asked him to update less to maintain the quality of the content. As a result, since the update became 7 chapters a day, this group of readers actually started to get used to the 7-chapter update, and even thought that he was hiding his strength. Extremely angry. Well, I just hid my ability. In fact, I can update dozens of chapters a day. But you were not like this before. Not cute at all. I kind of want to strangle the moon goddess. Where's Mr. Xiaolin? Hurry up and get Mr. Xiaolin out. He's very serious about his work and will definitely satisfy our updates. I'm so angry. Actually, we can feed him. Moon god, if you don't believe me, just update another chapter. Are you all impressed by a healing tip every day? Luckily, I haven't read it yet. I'm waiting for Luna to finish, so I can watch it all at once. Is it really that good? Can online novels be better than TV dramas? Some viewers who have never read online novels are very curious. Afterwards, I received some advice from online readers. Words can be imagined as pictures, and there are many classic scenes in online novels that cannot be filmed in the real world. Don't think that the fantasy novel is so good and has become the memory of so many people, but the film version is just a fight. This really pissed off a lot of the original readers. Hey, husband, go and update for half an hour, and I'll give you a reward in the evening. Su Yueling decided to use seduction. Her fingertips passed across Lin Wuyu's chin, and finally reached his chest and tapped it lightly. Who do you take me for? Lin Wuyu's Adam's apple rolled. What kind of reward is it? Ahem. Su Yueling coughed softly, and Lin Wuyu jumped up instantly. Salute Su Yueling in a standard way. Report to my wife. Make sure to complete the mission. After saying, he turned around and walked towards the study. A large group of people in the live broadcast room showed malicious smiles. Su Yueling actually made such a big contribution so that they could see the latest chapter of the novel. Woo woo woo. Everyone was inexplicably moved, yet also felt jealous by the couple's actions. Finally, I left. Seeing Lin Wuyu enter the study and close the door, Su Yueling let out a long sigh. This is the opportunity she has been waiting for. The reason why she agreed to give Lin Wuyu a reward in the evening was not because she really wanted to update more chapters of the novel for the readers, but because Su Yueling wanted to find an opportunity to find the box. On that day, Lin Wuyu seemed to have gone into the toilet, and when he came out, the box was gone. If she hadn't watched the live broadcast, Su Yueling would probably have thought that Lin Wuyu's behavior really meant that he didn't want her to work. Although this is one of the factors, the most important thing is that Lin Wuyu is worried that the box will be discovered. There must be some secret hidden in the box. So, all of this is done to see what is hidden in the box. So that's how it is. After all this, I almost thought that my sister-in-law knew that we were having a hard time waiting for the update, so she wanted to let us see a little bit, but it turned out that she wanted to investigate the box. It was a mistake after all, but I like it very much. Honestly speaking, the audience in the live broadcast room had long wanted to know what was in the box, but their attention was diverted by Mr. Kobayashi's matter, and everyone gradually ignored what was in the box. Fortunately, Su Yueling, who didn't know about teacher Kobayashi's incident, still remembered this incident. I got a few chapter updates and was able to reveal what's inside the Moon Goddess box. I feel satisfied today. Finish reading the contents of the box first, then turn around and read the novel. Delicious. How sad for the Moon Goddess. She has been taken advantage of. Why should we separate? In the adult world, everyone chooses to get it together. There's something wrong with you. There's something wrong with you too. My problem is that it's because of your problem, so it's mainly you who's wrong. Good fellow, you are such a hermaphrodite. Seeing Su Yueling walking towards the bathroom, everyone's attention shifted to the bathroom door. It is impossible to install surveillance cameras in the toilet. It seems impossible just by thinking about it. So what they were waiting for was Su Yueling coming out with the box. Let's talk about Su Yueling. She turned on the TV and switched to her favorite show and adjusted the volume to a suitable level that Lin Wuyu could hear. So, I quietly walked towards the bathroom. Check the bath towels, check the cabinets, and don't miss any corner. Chapter 0077 Needle? Antique? Strange, where's the thing placed? After searching for a long time, Su Yueling even searched the entire area, but still couldn't find the small box. Logically speaking, the box should be here and not somewhere else. What is going on? It's been 7 or 8 minutes. Why hasn't he come out yet? Could it be that Luna didn't hide the box in the bathroom at all? Maybe it was flushed away, or it's in the trash. Don't panic, Miss Su may still be in the toilet. Everyone was talking about this, and all kinds of speculations came up. Bing Bing also interrupted at the right time. What secret is hidden in the box? Why does Lin Wuyue take it so seriously? I believe that everyone will be able to see it in a short time. Yes, the restroom has so little space. No matter how long Su Yueling delays, she will eventually show up with the box. Crack! Just when everyone was looking forward to it. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening was heard in the picture. It was Lin Wuyue who walked out of the study, stretched his limbs, and looked around curiously. He looked in the direction of the toilet and suddenly felt nervous. Honey, are you in the bathroom? Yes. Have you finished writing? You don't bring your phone with you to the bathroom. That's not your style. Glancing at the mobile phone on the table, Lin Wuyue became more and more nervous. Under normal circumstances, Su Yueling would definitely bring her cell phone with her when she went to the toilet. This is a common problem for most people. The boring time in the toilet always needs something to pass the time. Not bringing the mobile phone into the toilet made Lin Wuyue start to wonder if the matter of the box was exposed. Oh my eyes are so sore from looking at my phone all day long. There was a sound of flushing in the toilet. Su Yueling opened the door, washed her hands, and walked out. She looked at Lin Wuyue in confusion. What? Are you slacking off again? You've only been writing for a few minutes. I'm going to use the bathroom. I'll go back and write it right away. Lin Wuyue chuckled and confirmed that Su Yueling did not have the box in her hand. It seems that he was thinking too much, but the box must be moved and needs to be dealt with tonight. Otherwise, you will be discovered sooner or later, and then you will be doomed. Why don't you hurry up? What are you standing there for? Su Yueling urged Lin Wuyue to go to the toilet so that she could continue writing her novel. Watching Lin Wuyue walk into the room, Su Yueling sat on the sofa and let out a long breath. It was so dangerous just now. We were almost discovered. Fortunately, she was very smart, and Lin Wuyue didn't see through her trick. It's thrilling. This family program has turned into this format. Huh. Isn't it very interesting? It's time to compete in acting skills. From the nervous mood of the moon god, we can tell at a glance that the things are hidden in the toilet. Hum. Wait for Sister Sue to search for a while. Otherwise, he will start to move. That makes sense. The more the moon goddess values it, the more important the things in the box must be. If we get them, we can discover new secrets. Fuck, I feel like my brain is not enough. Brothers, how many fake accounts have you found? Chefs, teachers, online writers, who's next? Here comes Sherlock Holmes from the Southeast branch. Based on the smell analysis, he should be one of the 3 vests. Everyone is talking about this. When you don't know what is hidden in the box, anything is possible. Even Bing Bing and the program crew began to get nervous. Lin Wuyue's past is full of legends, and every revelation brings a lot of revelations. It's a wave of popularity for the program team. Comfortable. Keep typing. In the picture, Lin Wuyue came out of the toilet, turned into the study, and started working. But this time he did not close the door of the study. From this point of view, Yinan would be able to tell as soon as Su Yueling entered the bathroom. Why don't you close the door? What if the noise from my TV disturbs your work? Su Yueling walked into the study while speaking, holding a cup of tea in her hand. Lin Wuyue always drinks tea when she is working. This time she didn't have time to prepare it, so it just happened to be her excuse. I forgot. Thank you, my wife, for the tea. Lin Wuyue chuckled and kissed Su Yueling on the forehead. The teacup is the one Lin Wuyue has always used. It is completely transparent, and you can see the golden tea leaves inside. The color of the tea was surprisingly golden yellow, and it looked very beautiful. A cup of tea only contains 3 or 4 tea leaves, each of which is about as thick as a finger. Is there any expert who can tell me what kind of tea this is? There are naturally many tea drinkers in the live broadcast room with more than 5 million viewers, and this is the first time they have seen this kind of tea. I don't know. It looks a bit expensive. There are only 3 or 4 tea leaves in a cup of tea. I searched online and didn't see it. I'm just a girl selling tea. To be honest, without seeing the packaging, it's hard to tell what kind of tea it is, but it's definitely not the Hong Pao or Pu'er tea. Little girl selling tea? I don't buy tea. There are many types of tea. The color on the surface may be due to the addition of other things during frying, so the color formed is golden. But the tea brewed from ordinary tea leaves is colored, unless it is green tea. But the strange thing is that since the tea leaves are roasted, they will definitely be dyed into other colors. So a cup of tea really stumped everyone in the live broadcast room. Even some professional tea growers cannot tell the difference. At the moment, their attention was mainly on the box, so the golden tea leaves were temporarily put aside. After closing the door of the study, Su Yueling waited for a minute or two. She needed to hurry up and act quickly because Lin Wuyu worked very quickly and it would probably take less than half an hour to finish all the work. By then, the chances of finding the box will become less. Su Yueling will start working tomorrow, so Lin Wuyu will have plenty of time to move the box. Grit your teeth. Su Yueling quickly rushed to the bathroom. Having spent the last few minutes searching, this time her target tended to be small and inconspicuous things. I took off the flush cap, and sure enough, there was something wrapped in a black plastic bag inside. Finally found it. Su Yueling smiled and walked out with the bag. Chapter 0078 Mr. Zhou. The moon goddess' little secret is about to be revealed. I'm so excited. Let me see. What is hidden inside? I'm so nervous. Moon goddess, please don't show up at a time like this. It would be so awkward. I'm looking forward to seeing it. This scene seems quite interesting. With everyone's support, Su Yueling slowly opened the wooden box. The small box was opened easily. Seeing what was inside, everyone was stunned. There were 3 silver needles of different lengths in the box, exuding an ancient luster. There are some strange patterns on the 3 silver needles. What's going on? Silver needle? Does the moon god like to weave clothes? This is not a silver needle for weaving clothes. Look carefully. It should be an acupuncture tool used by ancient Chinese medicine practitioners. My grandfather is a Chinese medicine practitioner. There is a rolled-up cloth at home with many silver needles inserted into it. What's wrong with you shuns? There are only 3 needles? No way. Does that mean that the moon god is actually an old Chinese doctor? The audience was dumbfounded. Could this really be something from traditional Chinese medicine? They are just 3 silver needles. Is it necessary for the moon goddess to treasure them so much? There's no big problem even if you take it out. Silver needle? Su Yueling, confused, did not dare to delay and put the things back in the toilet, pretending nothing had happened. But curiosity definitely arose. Why were there 3 silver needles in the box? Lin Wuyu values it so much, it must be very important. The price of silver needles is not expensive, so there is no need to collect them so preciously. The total value of these 3 silver needles is only about 1,000 yuan. Lin Wuyu didn't even value those things worth tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars, but he attached so much importance to these 3 silver needles. There is something fishy. There must be something fishy. A small courtyard in the mountains. This is a private estate built around a famous scenic area. Many people living nearby know that there is an ancient family of traditional Chinese medicine in the mountain courtyard. In the early years, people of high status often came here to visit, and it became famous far and wide. The old man is already over 80 years old and has long stopped practicing, but his son is well known far and wide and is a top professor of traditional Chinese medicine in the country. What are you looking at? Do you want to come with me to water the vegetables? An old man with a fairy-like appearance, flowing white hair, and wearing a long gown walked into the living room, holding a shovel in his hand, and walked curiously to the side of an old woman. This person is the owner of the mountain courtyard, Zhou Yuanyang, the father of a professor of traditional Chinese medicine. The person sitting on the sofa and looking at her phone is Zhou Yuanyang's wife, who is now over 70 years old. Although they are both old, they are still in good health and in very good spirits. For people of this age, they are in very good condition. I watch a show called Understanding It. The old woman grinned and handed over the phone, saying, "This young man is very interesting. He found another good thing." "Nice one." Mr. Zhou looked at the phone in confusion and had to move a little closer to see the picture clearly. A young woman was holding a red wooden box, and the things inside seemed to be. It looks like a silver needle. As soon as he discovered that it was a silver needle, Mr. Zhou's interest immediately piqued. He took the glasses from the cabinet and put them on so that he could see the real picture clearly. Those are 3 silver needles embroidered with different patterns. The first silver needle is the longest, and there is a plum blossom embroidered on it. The second silver needle is engraved with azalea. The third silver needle is an orchid. After seeing the 3 silver needles clearly, the old man's hands suddenly began to tremble. His lips trembled up and down, and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. "Zhou Chupi, what's wrong with you?" "Zhou Chopai." The old lady next to her became very emotional. She quickly walked to Mr. Zhou's side and laid him down on the sofa. He originally wanted to use his cell phone to call someone, but Mr. Zhou held his hand tightly, his eyes were dull, and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. You. What a sin." The old woman was frightened and slapped her thigh, then immediately started calling for the servants. There are two servants in this huge mountain courtyard, and there are two bodyguards arranged. All of them are arranged by Mr. Zhou's children. Madam, oh my God, what happened to Grandpa Zhou? The maid hurriedly put down the work in her hands and ran into the living room. They're the ones who take care of the daily lives of the two elderly people. If any problem occurs, it will be a serious matter. At the very least, your salary will be deducted, and at worst, you will be fired. The two maids are villagers from nearby, and they make a living by doing this job. They can earn several thousand yuan a month, and it's not too tiring. This kind of work is very rare for them. Why don't you call quickly? Call an ambulance. After a hasty phone call, the bodyguard drove Mr. Zhou to the hospital for treatment. It's strange to say, the old man just held the phone tightly and didn't let go, muttering to himself all the time. At the same time, in a hospital in the city, a famous professor of traditional Chinese medicine hurriedly packed up his things and ran out of the hospital. Dad has a problem. Pack your things now. I'll book a flight and leave tonight. He called his wife and drove hurriedly home. This person is the top professor in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, Zhou Miaoshou, who is known as the Little Hua Tu. He can bring people back to health with his miraculous hands. One can imagine how high his medical skills and attainments in traditional Chinese medicine are. Zhou Miaoshou's medical skills were all inherited from his father, and his achievements today are inseparable from the cultivation of Grandpa Zhou. One of the reasons why he was able to promote Chinese medicine to such a level was that he was good at combining Chinese and Western medicine. Finding methods from traditional Chinese medicine will benefit Western medicine while also spreading the reputation of traditional Chinese medicine. After hearing the news, his wife at home also packed up and prepared to leave. My child is still in middle school, and there is not much stuff to pack, so 2 simple sets of clothes can solve everything. After everything was packed up, Zhou Miaoshou, who had rushed back from the hospital, came downstairs, parked the car in the garage, and set off. Since there is only one flight today, they have to arrive early. Fortunately, they have purchased the tickets and can get on the plane if they arrive early. What happened to the old man? Only when they were sitting in the taxi did the wife calm down and ask. I don't know either. Mom said that he looked at something on his phone, and then he became stunned and kept repeating the word moon in his mouth. Zhou Miaoshou shook her head. She only got some information from her mother and knew that Grandpa Zhou was in a very bad condition. Mr. Zhou, who always paid great attention to health preservation, had always been in good health. Doctors said he could live to be 100 years old, but because of a mobile phone, he became like this. Chapter 0079, Undercurrents, Destruction in One Day. Let's talk about Lan Yu and the Superboy program team. The incident was on the hot search list for several days in a row. They all found each other's contact information and were pulled into a group chat. That's right. Only when people have done the bad things in the past will they feel panic. None of the 7 people in the group chat are kind. Lan Yu, host of the show Superboy, has participated in many irregular variety shows. Some time ago, there was a hot news on the internet that a well-known star was affected by poisonous gas while participating in a variety show. The host of this show was Lan Yu. She is a participant and host of these variety shows. Moreover, this person is a serious expert in worshiping foreign things and has been trying to transfer his household registration for several years and has been secretly planning for a long time. As for whether they have really made any contribution to Dragon Country, I'm sorry, I really can't find any. There are still step donations on certain payment apps. As for donating money, that's a bit difficult for her. Guazili, the director of the Superboy program team, the main responsible person and person in charge. In the entertainment industry, most of the problems are usually blamed on the directors. In fact, what they do in the program crew is very messy, and their say is just average. The machines, meals, and personnel transfers are all related to the director, but the script planner wants to make changes and he dares not say a word. Only well-known directors can have some say. But he is the director of Superboy, and he is considered a leading figure. Evergreen Media Company Limited is the largest investor in Superboy, which means that the main credit for this show goes here. As the saying goes, there is no harm without trade. Since they are willing to invest in this program, they naturally need to take responsibility. In addition, there are a few small shrimps on the edges. All I can say is that these people are too nervous, so they're all thinking about retreating. There should be no clues to what happened back then, right? I don't know. Isn't this the director's responsibility? What do you mean I'm responsible? Don't talk nonsense, Mr. Su. It was you who instigated this incident. Whatever happened, I don't know anything. Everyone present here is related to that incident. Do you think you can escape by running to other places? To tell you the truth, all your procedures will be stopped at that time. Don't even think about leaving. The top priority now is to cover up the matter and keep all risks in one area. What area? Mr. Sue, please tell me more. This area is for those who have committed malicious acts on the show. At most, they will be forced to quit the entertainment industry and come back after 2 or 3 years. But if that incident is discovered, let alone quitting the entertainment industry and paying compensation, everyone will probably have to stay in there for a while. Looking at the message on the mobile phone screen, Lanyu fell silent. In fact, just one show is not enough to make such a fuss. The main reason is that other things happened that year. If they were investigated, the situation would become even more serious. A life, or the fate of an entire family. In order to resolve this issue, she took a day off today. As it concerns her own life safety, no matter how much money she makes, it will be of no use. Ding-ling-ling. Just as I was thinking about it, the phone suddenly rang. Lanyu came out of his thoughts and stared at the screen nervously. I finally breathed a sigh of relief when I saw the name I was calling. Xiaochen, where have you been? Why haven't you come back for so many days? Do you know that your parents are worried about you? The person who made the call was Lanyu's son Wangchun. He had been out playing for about a month and only now made the first call. When they called, it showed that the other party couldn't answer. Oh, I'm busy here. There's no money in my bank card. Mom, please transfer another $1 million to me. I need it urgently. You think. Beep, beep, beep. Lanyu was about to open her mouth to teach Wang Chen a lesson, but a busy tone came from the phone, indicating that the other party had hung up. It's all a sin. With a sigh, Lanyu transferred money to Wang Chun from his mobile phone, using 3 bank cards separately. She and her husband have had a pretty good income over the years, but if they want to settle abroad, they need to prepare a lot of money, and the closure of the company and the management of everything, which one is not a huge expense. After all, they're just small businesses and small hosts, and their wealth is nothing compared to those big guys. However, Wang Chun spent 2 million yuan on living expenses this month. He was already an adult of 18 or 19 years old, but he was not sensible at all. Maybe this was the punishment back then. Hi, hello, I'm Lanyu. I transferred my household registration with you some time ago. Do you have any news now? After hanging up the phone with Wang Chun, Lanyu immediately called the household registration transfer service point to inquire about the progress of the household registration. Ms. Lan, I'm sorry, your household registration cannot be processed successfully for the time being. Why can't I process it successfully? Sorry, I got a little emotional. I have something important to transfer. Please help me. I'm sorry. It's not that we don't want to process your household registration. It's that it's suppressed from above. Please ask the relevant department for the specific information. Ms. Blue. Ms. Lan, I'm going to hang up now. There are a lot of people who need to be responded to here. I wish you a happy life. Inside the villa, Lanyu held the phone. His face was ashen. In the end, it was discovered. The household registration could not be transferred, and no one could escape. Just like what Mr. Su from Evergreen Media Company Limited said, all they can do is to control the danger within an acceptable range. It's all the fault of this damn production team. They released the video from that year just to attract traffic. And this Lin Wuyu, why don't you just live the rest of your life honestly? Why are you competing with little people like us? You be the teacher, and we make our money. Isn't it great if nothing affects us? Lanyu threw the phone away in frustration. As the phone climbed up the tower, the screen shattered into pieces. She suddenly lowered her head and sobbed quietly. Tears fell like beans, so pitiful. When you do something, you have to pay for your mistakes. Maybe you don't need to pay, because someone will naturally pay for you. But one day, you will find that these orders are still there. It just appears in a different way. Chapter 0080. In the end, the next day, the official website released a piece of news that caused a stir on the internet. The Superboy program, which was very famous and well-known 7 years ago, was punished by the authorities. The disposal results are as follows. The director of Superboy, Guizili, he was fined 100,000 yuan, forced to quit the entertainment industry, and was permanently banned. All works about Guizili on the internet have been removed from the shelves. The punishment is very severe. Guizili is a director with some fame in the entertainment industry. After this incident, all the reputation he had worked so hard to build up has become a bubble. The most important thing is that there is the impact of another case in which he was sentenced to 8 years in prison. Lanyu, host of Superboy, he was fined 50,000 yuan and was also permanently banned from the entertainment industry. Moreover, All the programs currently hosted by Law and You have been rectified, exposing the related variety shows in the entertainment industry. Sentenced to 7 years in prison. Evergreen Media Limited. Su Changrong, as an investor and fund provider of transformation. He was fined 100,000 new Taiwan dollars, and many things were uncovered from Evergreen Media Company, Ltd. First, the amount of tax evasion was not huge, probably over 3 million. But the impact of these 3 million is huge. According to the laws of Manhwa, anyone who evades taxes of more than 70,000 will be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not less than 3 years and not more than 7 years, and be fined 1 to 5 times the amount of tax evasion. The final punishment for this incident was double the compensation, which is more than 6 million, nearly 7 million. Su Changrong, head of Evergreen Limited Liability Company, was sentenced to 14 years in prison. Normally, they wouldn't have imposed such a severe sentence just for these things. This brings us to the second reason. Second, Evergreen Media Company Limited was involved in a case of intentional homicide. The origin of the story needs to be explained slowly. 8 years ago, it was at a time when Supergirl was in full swing and it became very famous in the outside world, becoming the leader in the ratings of variety shows. That was when the program crew was in high spirits. An accident happened suddenly. A rural teenager who participated in the program unfortunately died in an accident due to a mistake made by the program crew. When the boy still had a chance to survive, the program director, host, and investors did something unexpected. You have to know that this was when the program team was in high spirits. Any bad news might cause their ratings to drop significantly and might also have other hidden impacts, such as being subject to strict investigation. Therefore, at the instruction of the investors, the director and host participated in it. What was originally a mistake made by the program team was turned into an accident involving a rural teenager. Afterwards, a portion of the money was compensated, and the rural parents let the matter go. But the case eventually came to light through official investigation. The so-called accident turned out to be that the program team asked the rural boy to actively cooperate with the script, which led to his death. The 3 people who wanted to get rid of everything and thought they could clean up the mess perfectly eventually miscalculated. You bastard. You bastard. This is such a damn production team. And such a damn investor. I used to watch the show hosted by Lanyu all the time. Bah! You are really blind. How could I not see that your hypocritical appearance is full of lies? Tina, is the life of a country boy so worthless? Ha! To be honest, this is just the tip of the iceberg. The horror of reality is beyond your imagination. The vicious villains in novels really exist. Good judgment. I've always felt that something was wrong with this kind of show. The last time I watched it in Luna's live studio, I realized how hypocritical they were. I never expected that a life would be affected in the end. The parents of the rural boy must not have known the situation. The program crew lightly absolved them of all responsibility and paid 300,000 yuan as compensation. A young man still has 40 to 50 years of working time in the future, right? And his future and life were completely ruined by these people. I'm also a fan of Yushun. What Yushun said that day was right. This is a cancer on variety shows. It's hard not to support the families. Support the investigation. Strict investigation. I don't know how many people were furious after seeing the notice, and I don't know how many people felt sorry for the rural teenagers after seeing the experiences of these 3 people. Justice delayed is always unfair. But for those who have been deceived to their core, and for the victims, delayed justice is also hope. The results are already in. These 3 are the main culprits, taking the blame they don't want to take. Don't want to carry it? Can you get rid of it? Must bear it. That is to say, after witnessing the foundation of Superboy being ripped away, some media finally dared to speak out. I support the eradication of this cancer in variety shows. Who are they trying to transform for? Young volunteer teachers cherish their early exposure to film and television. Just follow us and watch. Shocking. A piece of history that has been torn open has left scars on so many people. Shocked. A teacher actually did this to a student. There is no doubt that those attractive headlines become particularly eye-catching, like a huge ship slowly sailing, setting off a storm on the entire network. This matter can be said to be half successful, and the flaws were discovered just like this. No one knows who is driving that boat. They also had no way of knowing that when everyone thought Lin Wuyu was still an ordinary man, a handsome and charming face appeared in the live broadcast room. Some people also gradually gave good news to the understanding program team in their hearts. At least it's not that hard. There are so many things going on every day just to peek at the people next door taking a bath. Tell me, what have you been through? You're not okay? What did I just say? What? Stop pretending. Send me the photos of the people next door, or I'll report you. Ahem. Bings go to high school recently. The wheels of the chariot have already covered everyone's faces. One day of defeat. Everyone suddenly realized how much water was hidden behind the so-called transformation plan. Lin Wuyu also took this opportunity to increase his fame once again. Certainly, the most important thing is the promotion of the understanding program, which led to such a result that they are happy to see. Traffic. In this era where the internet has spread to every corner, traffic itself represents a form of money. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room suddenly increased from 5 million to 8 million. You should know that, generally speaking, even though Tianyang TV has the best resources in prime time, the number of online viewers is usually around tens of millions, unless it is a particularly grand ceremony. Even at the grand ceremony, the final retention rate was not as high as that of the understanding program. Then, this kind of scene can be seen wherever you go now. Yeah, watch the understanding program again. This Lin Wuyu is really handsome, talented, handsome, elegant, extraordinary, graceful, and has a great temperament. Huh, you're actually a reader? Great, little brother, can we add each other on WeChat? I like you very much for reading Moon Goddess's books. Scumbag, you don't like watching the same show with me. Our values don't match. Let's break up. Chapter 0081 The Program Team Speculations. The city's central hospital. A white-haired old man is outside the ward. It was a rare gathering of more than a dozen hospital staff members. They looked at the old man in the ward nervously and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Dean, what's wrong with my father? Look at his behavior. Mr. Zhou's son, Zhou Miaoshou, hesitated to speak. He had some guesses in his mind, but many things still required medical equipment to draw a conclusion. Don't worry, Dr. Zhou. Your father is just too emotional. With our best efforts, he will soon return to normal. The dean gave Zhou Miaoshou a shot of cardiac stimulant. The person in front of us is also a famous master in the medical field, so the hospital's rescue is very serious. But the dean knew that the person lying on the hospital bed was the well-deserved master of traditional Chinese medicine. He was normal when he came for a checkup some time ago. How could this happen suddenly? Dr. Zhou, this is the phone that Mr. Zhou has been holding tightly. The dean took out a mobile phone with an orange shell from his pocket and put it in Zhou Miaoshou's hand. We are not fools. Judging from Mr. Zhou's excitement when he saw the phone and the words he was muttering, he must have been shocked by the picture in the phone. Thanks. Exhaling a breath, Zhou Miaoshou returned to his wife and mother, first arranged a place for them to rest, and then curiously opened his mobile phone. He bought this phone for his mother and did not set a password. Elderly people think passwords are a burden. This is also true. What on earth made this usually steady father lose his composure like this? Zhou Miaoshou's mind was full of curiosity. Old man Zhou had always paid attention to his health and controlled his emotions very well. The most impressive and representative one is this. Neither in the various mischiefs he had done as a child, nor in the things he had encountered as an adult had Grandpa Zhou's reaction been so strong. It was really too strange. And now, because of a cell phone, my father was actually hospitalized. I opened the phone screen out of curiosity and saw that the battery level was 7%. After unlocking the screen, the first thing that comes into view is 3 silver needles. The picture flashed by, and before Zhou Miaoshou could see what was on it clearly, it switched to real-time picture. In the picture, it turned out to be a program crew scene. A 28-year-old woman with good temperament and neat clothes was holding the microphone, and a woman with excellent appearance was standing next to her. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Miaoshou would definitely not watch such a live broadcast program, as it was simply meaningless. It is nothing more than an entertainment program for netizens to entertain themselves, inviting a few celebrities to interact with each other. Zhou Miaoshou continued to watch patiently, wanting to know the reason why Mr. Zhou fell into a coma. Ms. Su, after opening the box yesterday, did you see anything else? The host with the name tag on his chest spoke with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Zhou Miaoshou's expression suddenly became serious, as if it was because of the silver needle, but the scene flashed by, and he didn't catch it. There are only 3 silver needles of different lengths with some patterns engraved on them. Sui Welling recalled the details of last night. The box is pretty good, it's all red, and it smells light and refreshing. She had no doubt that it was the fragrance. Although the box was taken out of the toilet, when she opened the plastic bag, she could smell the fragrance of the wooden box. A red wooden box? A fresh scent? 3 silver needles? Zhou Miaoshou repeatedly pondered these key words, trying to find some key information from them. But there seems to be no such thing in the knowledge base. Could it be the owner of the box? Could it be Mr. Zhou's long-lost friend? Thinking about it this way, Zhou Miaoshou felt that his analysis made sense. Since there was nothing strange about the box, the only way to find a connection was through the woman's elders. It's not that Zhou Miaoshou was so careless. After all, he is one of the best masters of traditional Chinese medicine in the country and knows a lot about many things. 3 silver needles are nothing. To put it more formally, if it is a Chinese medicine practitioner, it is normal to prepare dozens of silver needles, which are needed for acupuncture. What effect can be achieved with just 3 silver needles? Acupuncture stimulates acupuncture points. Does it mean that only 3 acupuncture points need to be pierced each time? This is totally impossible. It seems that Mr. Lin has another secret. It's just that we are too ignorant to know the secret of the box. Bing Bing shook her head slightly and seemed to be sighing. He looked towards the people present. Most of the people present were businessmen and people working in the entertainment industry, who would come into contact with work related to silver needles. It seemed that apart from being used to thread a needle, this thing was only used in acupuncture in traditional Chinese medicine. In fact, the audience in the live broadcast room gave the answer last night. It seems that 3 silver needles cannot prove anything. Excellent hands. Excellent hands. Just at this moment, a faint call suddenly sounded in the ward. Zhou Miaoshou came back to his senses and immediately appeared beside Mr. Zhou, acting panicked. Dad, are you feeling better? Show me your phone. Old Master Zhou ignored it, as if he didn't hear what Zhou Miaoshou said. Seeing that his mood seemed to have recovered a lot, Zhou Miaoshou agreed to hand the phone to the old man after repeated assurances. The result? The power went out. Dad, what did you see? An acquaintance? After considering for a moment, Zhou Miaoshou asked tentatively, but I dare not disturb the old man's emotions again. He is already 80 years old and can't stand the hardship after all. Yes, master. Mr. Zhou seemed to be feeling melancholy and gave an answer that surprised his son for a long time. Master, what kind of status does someone who can become Master Zhou have? Something is wrong. My father's medical skills are mainly inherited from my grandfather. 3 generations of the Zhou family are all Chinese medicine practitioners. How could there be other masters? Dad, please tell me more. With his Adam's apple rolling, Zhou Miao held his father's hand. Chapter 0082, Do you know the god of medicine? Hospital. With the support of his son, Mr. Zhou slowly leaned back on the bed and told a story about the past. It is true that 3 generations of Mr. Zhou's family have been practicing traditional Chinese medicine. Apart from him and Zhou Miaoshou, the first person to become a Chinese medicine practitioner was Zhou Miaoshou's grandfather, Zhou Nanbei. Zhou Nanbei's knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine was not actually very profound, but he made progress by following an old Chinese doctor. It was not until it was in Grandpa Zhou's hands that it began to glow, fully demonstrating the Zhou family's fame. Do you know why I can become a respected Chinese medicine practitioner in the Chinese medicine community? Mr. Zhou looked at his son and asked intentionally. Zhou Miaoshou hesitated for a moment. Isn't it that father likes to study and has a high talent in traditional Chinese medicine? This is what he has always believed because his father was able to carry forward Chinese medicine because Mr. Zhou was very talented. This is recognized by many people. Not really. Grandpa Zhou laughed self-deprecatingly. My talent is actually similar to theirs. The only difference is that I am really addicted to the world of traditional Chinese medicine. If I were to say that the most important reason for me to become a master of traditional Chinese medicine is my master. Master? Zhou Miaoshou frowned slightly. He remembered that Grandpa Zhou had only one master, and that was his grandfather. Apart from this, Mr. Zhou relied on his own abilities to slowly learn on his own and discuss with others. Could it be that Mr. Zhou has a teacher besides his grandfather? How strong is that teacher? Could he be the master of traditional Chinese medicine from the previous session? All kinds of doubts intertwined in Zhou Miaoshou's mind. He showed a confused expression and asked, Father, isn't your master Grandpa? Your grandfather only taught me the basic theory of Chinese medicine. I have a solid foundation, but the experience of Chinese medicine, the selection of medicine, and acupuncture are all guided by that master. In fact, he never acknowledged that I was his apprentice. Grandpa Zhou smiled and said, but his medical skills are really amazing. The most famous method is acupuncture. He is the best Chinese medicine practitioner I have ever seen. Such a person must be very famous, right? Zhou Miaoshou murmured with sighs. recalling some old masters of traditional Chinese medicine who had passed away. People who are in a circle know the top figures in this circle. People like Zhou Miaoshou are no exception. He quickly locked on to a person who is a leader in the field of traditional Chinese medicine and a very famous Chinese medicine practitioner. It's a pity that he passed away 4 years ago, and my father didn't seem to be very sad at the time. No, only a few people know him. Many people have never even seen his appearance and only know about the 3 silver needles, plum blossoms, orchids, azaleas. Mr. Zhou's eyes lit up, and he answered in a voice as loud as a bell. When talking about his guide, he became excited. With 3 silver needles, Mr. Yu can cure even the most stubborn diseases. I also met Mr. Yu by chance that year. Seeing my tireless spirit in learning Chinese medicine, he took me to study for 7 days. That's our first patient. Gulp. Zhou Miaoshou swallowed unconsciously. Until now, I finally know the meaning of the 3 silver needles. No wonder my father became so excited. It turned out that the owner of the 3 silver needles was his teacher. It was an unforgettable impression in his life. Does this master still exist? That one is, he had a vague guess in his mind, but he didn't dare to be sure. You're not wrong. Mr. Zhou answered with a smile, knowing who his son was guessing. He was also very shocked at that time, especially after seeing that person being healed. In the next 7 days, Mr. Yu guided Mr. Zhou's progress. At that time, he was already in his 70s and was running around everywhere. 7 days. The knowledge about traditional Chinese medicine that I didn't understand before became clear to me in an instant. This was a great progress from Mr. Zhou. The world before his eyes suddenly opened up, and he entered the world of traditional Chinese medicine. It was not until then that he realized how insignificant his understanding was in front of Mr. Yu. Pity. 7 days passed, and Mr. Yu disappeared completely. No news of him was heard from again. This became Mr. Zhou's regret. He asked around, and even after becoming a leader in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, he did not forget his search. Father, what are the characteristics of the master? Zhou Miaoshou asked nervously. How powerful is this person who can make Mr. Zhou a master of traditional Chinese medicine after only 7 days of teaching? Especially that one person knew Mr. Yu, this is really legendary. As for his characteristics, his voice is relatively deep. He always wears a cloak and a mask, and his real age is unknown, but he is definitely no more than 40 years old. I thought of him when I saw these 3 silver needles. If I have the chance, I would like to thank Mr. Yu in person. The Chinese medicine community also needs Mr. Yu's help. Mr. Zhou spoke out his heartfelt words. In fact, there was another reason why he was so excited. That is, the traditional Chinese medicine community is now becoming increasingly decadent, and in the eyes of many people, traditional Chinese medicine has become a fraud. The reason is that Western medicine has gradually risen and slowly eliminated traditional Chinese medicine. But how powerful was Chinese medicine back then? Dad, you should have a good rest these few days. Leave the master's affairs to me. I will definitely find out everything. Zhou Miaoshou comforted the old man, fearing that he would become sick again due to excessive emotion. After all, he is an old man in his 80s and his mental endurance is not that strong. We must find out. Mr. Zhou held his son's arm and gave him earnest instructions. I finally saw the 3 silver needles used by Mr. Yu and found the clue from that year. I must not break it. If Mr. Yu returns to the field of traditional Chinese medicine, the problems we are facing now will definitely be solved. Don't worry, Dad, you take a rest first. I'll tell you when there's news. Zhou Miaoshou nodded, as if he saw hope. He walked out of the room with his mother's mobile phone and told the 2 people who were resting in another room to help look after it. Then he charged his mobile phone and entered the strange live broadcast room again. The message can only be seen through the live broadcast room, which is the only clue. The first thing to do is to find out Su Yueling's identity and who the contents of the box belong to. If you follow the clues, you will naturally find Mr. Yu. Master, you must be well. Exhale a breath of foul air. Zhou Miaoshou registered an account for the live broadcast room and entered the live broadcast room to watch. Chapter 0083. Question. You don't have the qualifications. In the live broadcast room, Su Yueling on the stage was bewildered and explained with some speculation. This should not be a secret. Maybe it's just an ordinary silver needle. Very normal. If this silver needle is normal, Mr. Lin would not have kept it away secretly. He wouldn't dare let you find out. It's a bit like trying to hide something, but it only makes it more obvious. Bing Bing smiled with her hands covering her mouth, and the meaning behind her smile was revealed. That is, there must be some kind of story in Lin Wuyu's box, so he kept it away quietly. If a normal person does not feel guilty, how could there be someone like Lin Wuyu? Wouldn't it be better to just take it out openly? So, this directly tells everyone that the silver needles in the box are not simple. It's a pity that we don't know. Sigh, does this silver needle represent an organ of the moon goddess that is like a needle? Nonsense. If the moon god takes it out, it will be the Dinghai Shinjin. He, brother, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Sister, when you pick your nose, do you prefer to use your fingers or an ear spoon? I understand. Of course, the fullness of fingers is better. The ear spoon is empty and has no feeling. Thank you, brother. Passionate coding, online DD, parents are not at home. Bing Bing was speechless as she saw the atmosphere in the live broadcast room start to go awry again. What's going on with the atmosphere in this live studio? It seems like they can never escape the fate of driving. They are either driving or on the way to drive. Everyone, please listen to me. I know these 3 silver needles are used in traditional Chinese medicine, but traditional Chinese medicine has long lag behind the times. Only Western medicine can gain more trust. I guess the owner of the silver needles also knows that traditional Chinese medicine is not good, so he put the silver needles in the box, which has become his shame. It is very embarrassing to take it out. By the way, I'm Zhang Dingfeng from Longxi Hospital. Welcome everyone to come to the hospital for treatment. At this moment, a message from someone claiming to be knowledgeable caught everyone's attention. The program crew doesn't have all the talented people, so sometimes they also learn about them through interaction with the audience. Who would have thought that a Western doctor would appear in this mess? Why does this sentence feel weird? Welcome to the hospital for treatment. Fuck, if you said it was a mental hospital, I would have started to argue with you right away. Zhang Dingfeng, you don't know Dr. Zhang? Dr. Zhang is very famous. I've seen him on TV many times. He's a leader in Western medicine. That thing was developed by Dr. Zhang. Apparently someone knew Zhang Dingfeng's name. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said his name directly. Phew, too confident in yourself. I need to remind you, it's not that thing. It's called a flu shot. In a large hospital, a bald, average-looking middle-aged man was happily watching a video on his cell phone. A confident smile appeared on his face as he enjoyed the admiration of a group of netizens. Zhang Dingfeng went abroad to study at the age of 20. He has participated in many overseas remote medical rescue operations and performed many famous major operations. The most famous moment in his life was when he was the main developer of the influenza vaccine. This is no ordinary thing. Although the flu is not particularly serious, if it spreads, the difficulty of medical treatment will increase sharply. He has always looked down on traditional Chinese medicine. What era is this now? It's still unrealistic to still engage in idealism. It turns out to be Dr. Zhang. Dr. Zhang is a good person. Yes, Dr. Zhang, I've had a lot of pimples on my face recently. I wonder if there is any way to relieve them. Dr. Zhang, is there any way to make my vagina bigger? It's very difficult to turn a silver needle into an iron rod. If you need it hard, maybe there will be a little change. Zhang Dingfeng replied with a smile. This sentence has a special meaning in the eyes of a smart person like Bing Bing. In other words, it is very difficult to become a master of traditional Chinese medicine. Using the silver needles in Lin Wuyu's house as an analogy, it can be said that Zhang Dingfeng is really proud. In fact, there are still many people who recognize it. Because nowadays, when you are sick, you basically get injections and take medicine. Who would go to see a Chinese doctor? So Dr. Zhang knows Chinese medicine. Then can 3 silver needles achieve the same effect as acupuncture? This is the part we don't understand the most. Bing Bing attracted everyone's attention and asked the questions in her mind. This doubt was not only shared by Sui Weling, but also by all the people present who did not understand. Of course it's possible. Zhang Dingfeng hesitated for a moment and replied slowly, but I'm not interested in Chinese medicine. Learning this kind of thing will easily affect my current achievements. We cannot work together if we do not share the same ideals. This stinky, pretentious guy. Inside the hospital, Zhou Miao clenched her cell phone tightly in her hand and almost couldn't help but jump up and curse. He is the successor of traditional Chinese medicine. How could he tolerate such an insult? I am Zhou Miaoshou. Haha, I have a nickname Zhou Huaduo in medicine. I'm sure Dr. Zhang knows this too. He immediately went off the stage and began to defend himself, trying to save face for traditional Chinese medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine are supposed to learn from each other. Are the achievements of traditional Chinese medicine in Dragon Country, with thousands of years of history, so unbearable in your eyes? These silver needles are used by Master. 3 silver needles can complete the steps of acupuncture. I just learned from Master that Master used these 3 silver needles to treat that person's hidden illness. That one became a taboo word in the room, but after careful thought, people in the medical field could basically guess it. Damn, another one is gone. The audience in the live broadcast room likes to join in the fun. The more confrontational the situation is, the better they are at fanning the flames. Chinese medicine and Western medicine? Zhou Miaoshou? This name seems familiar. I think I've seen it on the news. Yes. He is the current top representative of traditional Chinese medicine. Interesting. Actually, I still like Chinese medicine. For example, if you have a cold, just boil some ginger soup and that different kind of clover, and it will cure you. That's not true. Traditional Chinese medicine is closely related to our lives. What ginger soup? That's for driving away the cold. It's better to get an injection. All medicines are poisonous. What do you city folks know? Not only did the two people's remarks begin to take on a confrontational tone, but even the audience in the live broadcast room began to get excited. Seeing that the fire was not strong enough, Zhou Miaoshou quickly typed a paragraph and pressed send. In addition, if I remember correctly, the flu vaccine was assisted by traditional Chinese medicine. One of my students participated in it and played an important role. How did it become an outstanding product of Western medicine? No, it should have become the masterpiece of Dr. Zhang. Chapter 0084, Damn Fainted. Hospital. Zhang Dingfeng's face turned pale and blue, and he was very angry. Of course, he knew Zhou Miaoshou's name. In the early years, the two of them had participated in medical activities together and performed quite well. However, Zhou Miaoshou is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, while he is a Western medicine practitioner, and Zhang Dingfeng has always had some difficulty dealing with them. Unexpectedly, when they were feeling full of honor, Zhou Miaoshou suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room and told the truth of the matter in front of millions of viewers. You old bastard, you've been suppressed so badly, and you want to use me as a vent? After slamming the table hard, Zhang Dingfeng immediately made a sarcastic comment. Haha, Dr. Zhou is right. Those achievements are inseparable from the help of everyone in the team. Everyone has contributed. But Dr. Zhou, I heard that at the Chinese and Western medicine exchange meeting some time ago, the performance of traditional Chinese medicine didn't seem to be very good. The resources were greatly reduced. I still have one subject left. Why don't you come over and be the head of the traditional Chinese medicine department? It was a blow to think that such a great figure in traditional Chinese medicine was working as a small section chief in a hospital. It doesn't matter. I'll be there wherever you need me. Unfortunately, I'm managing the Chinese Medicine Association now, so I'm afraid I can't go. Zhou Miaoshou handled these matters very smoothly and instantly won the recognition of many audiences. He is a master of traditional Chinese medicine and to a certain extent represents the current image of traditional Chinese medicine. However, many people also murmured secretly. I didn't expect that traditional Chinese medicine is really no longer popular. No wonder so many traditional Chinese medicine clinics have disappeared here. Many successful traditional Chinese medicine practitioners cannot operate because they do not have certificates. This is why traditional Chinese medicine is disappearing. I think Western medicine is the one that gets the most support. Oh, it's such a pity. My cousin had diarrhea and a cold for a while. He went to the hospital for a long time, but nothing could be done. But after 2 days of taking traditional Chinese medicine, he recovered. I feel that Chinese medicine is very good. The most important thing is our local medicine. That's right, etc. They gradually came back to their senses and looked through what Zhou Miaoshou had said, and seemed to have discovered something interesting. These 3 silver needles were used by Zhou Miaoshou's master, who has been treated with just 3 silver needles? It is easy to infer that person is probably related to the second-in-command, or is the second-in-command. No way. Could it be that Lin Wuyu is Zhou Miaoshou's master? The ages don't seem to match. Lin Wuyu is at most 27 years old, and Zhou Miaoshou himself is in his 50s. His father must be in his 70s or 80s. If Lin Wuyu was his master's master, then the age gap was really too big. It seems to be something from Lin Wuyu's father or grandfather. The moon god's ancestors also had such a legendary experience. Wow, it's really amazing. You seem to be kidding me. The moon goddess is obviously an orphan. This is what Miss Su said herself. What? Where did you Shen get this thing? Did the descendant of that Chinese medicine practitioner sell it? You shouldn't do that. After all, you're a medical expert. You shouldn't be selling your ancestors' treasures unless it's absolutely necessary. Everyone was confused and finally asked Bing Bing to answer their questions. Bing Bing, who had been staring at the bullet screen, turned her head obediently and looked at Su Yueling beside her. She smiled professionally and asked politely, Ms. Su, the audience in the live broadcast room said that this silver needle was used by a master of traditional Chinese medicine. Do you know any connection? The connection refers to the relationship between the silver needle and Lin Wuyu, and why Lin Wuyu possesses this silver needle. I don't know. Su Yueling shook her head blankly. It turned out that silver needles were really used to treat diseases. That master of traditional Chinese medicine should be very powerful, right? Then his master must be very powerful too. Lin Wuyu probably doesn't know such a powerful person. However, Su Yueling also had some doubts in her mind. Lin Wuyu knew the second-in-command, who was also a well-known national chef in the cooking world. Could it be that he was the one who used the silver needle? When Su Yueling thought of this possibility, she immediately gave up the idea. How is it possible? The age difference between that person and him is too big. If he wants to teach him, he must be at least 30 years old, right? Lin Wuyu is only in his 20s now, and he knows nothing about Chinese medicine. Does Mr. Lin have any masters or medical elders? Seeing that Su Yueling really didn't know, Bing Bing also started to figure it out. No, my husband is an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. There are no elders in the family, and those who know him don't seem to have a doctor career. Su Yueling shook her head again, knowing full well the relationship with Lin Wuyu. It seems that we are stuck in a dilemma again. Let's just leave it like this for now. We will find some clues after a slow investigation. Bing Bing was helpless. It seemed that she could not get any clues from Su Yueling. She could only hope that Lin Wuyu would accidentally reveal it in the next program recording. I hope Miss Su will pay more attention and help everyone resolve their doubts. She smiled and shook hands with Su Yueling and whispered something. Hearing this, Su Yueling's eyes lit up and she nodded solemnly, indicating that she would ask indirectly. Because Bing Bing told her that the program team transferred the remuneration for this period of time into her bank card, another 200,000 yuan. Adding the previous 200,000, she received a total reward of 400,000 in just a few days, which was indeed very rich. Then I'll leave first. After saying goodbye to the camera, Su Yueling got on the program crew's special car and headed back home. I took out my phone to watch the live broadcast on the way. The man named Zhou Miaoshou and Zhang Dingfeng were still occasionally bickering with each other. How strange. She rubbed her head and felt a little dizzy. The temperature outside was a bit high today, and the program was recorded outside, which caused Su Yueling to sweat a lot. No longer looking at her phone, Su Yueling leaned back in the car seat, looking uncomfortable. After finally arriving at the gate of the community, she staggered out of her seat, said goodbye to the driver, and looked up at the sun above her head. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sunlight was obviously much weaker, but Su Yueling still felt hot all over. She forced herself to return home. Lin Wuyu, who had finished her work, came out wearing a waistcoat and greeted with a smile. Welcome to my world, my delicate little princess. I have prepared dinner for you. Puff! The moon goddess is really funny. Ha! That's not the case. Don't you see who the moon god is? He is a graceful, handsome, and elegant spokesperson. Do you understand? Ha 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 ha. How interesting. A man like this won't live a dull life. He's not like that wooden guy in my house who doesn't say anything all day. Oh, sister, what else do you have to say? Erlang is so good to you. Listening to Lin Wuyu's funny words, everyone in the live broadcast room smiled knowingly and felt that such a life was indeed good. However, just when they were filled with envy and jealousy, they saw that Su Yueling's face was pale and there was no trace of blood on her lips. Suddenly, Su Yueling's body softened and fell heavily to the ground. Lin Wuyu was quick-witted and quick-handed. He instantly caught Su Yueling, who was about to fall, and nervously placed her on the sofa. He put his hand on Su Yueling's wrist, checked her eyes and tongue again, and finally exhaled slowly. Fine. According to his examination, Su Yueling only had heat stroke, not any dangerous sudden illness. Everyone in the live broadcast room looked confused. Could it be that Miss Su did this in order to let us know the origin of the silver needle? It seems possible. Miss Su is truly great. She sacrificed herself like this. Everyone must remember Miss Su's contribution. They regarded Su Yueling's sudden fainting as a test to find out Lin Wuyu's little secret. But it was quickly refuted by two professionals. This is not fake. Miss Su's lips are bloodless and her face is pale. It doesn't seem like she is pretending. This was Zhang Dingfeng's answer. As a doctor, he is quite experienced. Zhou Miaoshou gave his opinion without giving up. It's hot today, and a weak woman like Miss Su can't stand the sun's scorching heat, so I think she has heat stroke. Mr. Lin's judgment just now is the same, so I think he is also a person with some achievements in traditional Chinese medicine. Being able to quickly observe, smell, ask, and palpate to understand the other person's condition is obviously a method of traditional Chinese medicine. Especially Lin Wuyu's pulse-taking skills just now made Zhou Miaoshou even more satisfied. As expected, the person who possesses the master's treasure is not that weak. Heat stroke? Looking at Lin Wuyu's condition, it seems there is a way to cure him. Could it be that he really knows medical skills? Bing Bing was dumbfounded, wondering if she had seen it wrong. Is there such an almighty person in the world? He has learned medical skills and made some achievements in other things. Do other people still need to live? He is a top-notch chef and also a well-known author in writing. If the chef is also top-notch, Bing Bing feels that there is no point in living. It must be impossible. It's just heat stroke. 2 injections will cure it. While thinking, Lin Wu had already walked out with the box. He took out the smallest silver needle from the box, soaked it in alcohol for disinfection, and prepared to help Su Yueling alleviate the situation. He moved quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the silver needle had penetrated into the acupuncture point behind Su Yueling's head. Even the camera couldn't see Lin Wuyu's movements clearly. In the blink of an eye, a silver needle appeared behind Su Yueling's head. Solved. The speed seems to be a little slow. Clapping his hands, Lin Wuyu took out a handkerchief soaked in cold water from the bathroom and folded it neatly around Su Yueling's neck. Chapter 0085. It's cured now. Damn. Did you see the moon god's actions clearly just now? Damn it, if I had this hand speed, I wouldn't have to worry about not being able to reach the king level. I am ashamed to say that I have been single for 30 years and still cannot match the hand speed of the moon goddess. She is truly a role model for our generation. I just took a screenshot, but the movement was so fast that the screenshot showed the moment when the needle was inserted. It was as if I didn't even see it. Everyone was shocked and witnessed Lin Wuyu's speed with their own eyes. I kind of doubt whether it's really that powerful. In theory, the silver needle should be inserted into the acupuncture points. If it is inserted in the wrong place, it will cause big problems. I don't know whether Lin Wuyu inserted it casually or his true level. What a fast hand speed. As a Chinese medicine practitioner, Zhou Miaoshou can more clearly perceive Lin Wuyu's level. There is nothing wrong with piercing one acupoint. Heat stroke is not a serious problem. If he were to treat her, he could pierce 3 acupoints respectively and then use a cold handkerchief to cool her down. It would take about 10 minutes to help Su Yueling recover from the heat stroke. But Lin Wuyu is different. The acupuncture points he pierced were the most precise ones. Acupuncture points play a very important role in traditional Chinese medicine. If they are pierced incorrectly, many serious consequences may occur. But the acupoint that Lin Wuyu pierced was more professional, because that one acupoint indirectly controlled 4 or 5 important acupoints. And that hand speed, it seemed like he didn't even look at it and just went straight to the end of the acupuncture process. Zhou Miaoshou admitted that he could not reach that level. Although the locations of everyone's acupoints were basically the same, if he were in their shoes, he would still have to be very careful. Without 10 years of acupuncture skills, it would be impossible to reach Lin Wuyu's speed. 2 minutes later, Lin Wuyu took back the silver needle, soaked it in alcohol, and then put it back into the box. He glanced at Su Yueling quietly and carefully put the box into the study. Then he walked out of the study, washed the handkerchief, and put it back. Gradually, Su Yueling, who was lying on the sofa, woke up. She turned over first, then patted her head, still having some sequelae of fainting. However, she could feel that the symptoms had eased a lot, and the feeling that everything around her seemed to be turning dark finally disappeared. "Wife, are you awake?" Lin Wuyu walked out of the bathroom with a smile. Seeing Su Yuling's bewildered face, she explained to her, "You fainted as soon as you came back. I thought it was because the weather outside was too hot that you had a heat stroke, so I applied a cold handkerchief to you. I didn't expect it to get better so quickly." Faint. Su Yueling nodded woodenly, remembering what had just happened. She suddenly felt dizzy and lost consciousness uncontrollably. No wonder I felt a chill on the back of my neck when I woke up just now. It turned out that Lin Wuyu helped relieve the symptoms of heat stroke. The temperature outside is really high. It reached 31 degrees Celsius. It was normal that Su Yueling's body couldn't hold up during the outdoor shooting in such temperature. She didn't do any exercise on weekdays and often stayed in the office all day. unable to see the sunshine outside and enjoying the cool breeze from the air conditioner. Is the effect of cold water compress so good? It only took a few minutes to heal. Sui Welling picked up the mobile phone on the coffee table and took a look. It seemed that only a few minutes had passed since she fainted. She remembered that it was not so easy to get heat stroke in the past, and it was normal to be unconscious for more than 10 minutes. And when I woke up, my consciousness was hazy, not as clear as it is now. Of course not. I still have the air conditioner on. Glancing at the air conditioner, Lin Wuyu resolutely refused to admit that it was his credit. The matter of silver needles is very important, as important as the chef's certification. Okay, you take a rest first. I have learned 2 new dishes and will make you a sumptuous dinner. Not daring to continue speaking, Lin Wuyu handed over a glass of boiled water and then walked towards the kitchen. Too much talk will lead to mistakes, so it is better to say less. Strangeness. Taking the boiled water handed over by Lin Wuyu, Sui Welling took a small sip and stared at Lin Wuyu's leaving back in a daze. She always felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't figure out what it was. I had no choice but to open the live broadcast room and watch. There are several cameras in the living room, which should have recorded what just happened. What's so strange about it? You can find out the answer by taking a look. Open the live broadcast room. The barrage of comments suddenly appeared in front of Sui Welling. Awesome, awesome, awesome. 10,000 words omitted here. Fuck, he really woke up. Yushin's skills are really good. I didn't expect that he is an old Chinese doctor. Haha, no matter how good the old Chinese doctor is, he can't cure my bragging. Dr. Zhang, come and analyze the level of the moon goddess. Is she as good as you? Come on, Dr. Zhang is a Western doctor. If his scalpel speed is as fast as Luna's, that would be really amazing. Ha! Hospital. Zhang Dingfeng didn't care about the ridicule in the barrage and kept thinking about Lin Wuyu's actions just now in his mind. The acupuncture was completed in an instant. Could this be the legendary miracle cure? No way. A young man in his 20s can be this good. Could it be that what Zhou Miaosho said was true, and the things in the young man's box belonged to Master Zhou Miaosho? Then isn't Lin Wuyu the successor of that master? Anyone who knows a little about Zhou Miaosho knows that he learned all his medical skills from his father. Zhou Miaosho's father was a famous Chinese medicine doctor, but he was too old and had not demonstrated his strength in the medical field. But this does not affect Mr. Zhou's fame. Those who have seen patients under his treatment know that he is indeed a very capable Chinese medicine practitioner. He's not the kind of person who cheats people out of money. If the disease can be more conveniently treated with traditional Chinese medicine, Grandpa Zhou will help solve it. If the disease requires Western medicine surgery to cure, Grandpa Zhou will also suggest that the patient go to a Western hospital for a checkup. This is not about making money for the sake of making money. And Lin Wuyu's master is Mr. Zhou's master's master. Hiss, doesn't this mean that Lin Wuyu is also a person with a very high level of Chinese medicine? It seems that the medical field is about to produce a new talent. It's a pity that they are not talented in Western medicine. How sad. Dr. Zhang. What are you looking at here? Just as Dr. Zhang was sighing, a nurse walked into his restroom and glanced at his phone curiously. She is Dr. Zhang's assistant and a more trustworthy person. It's okay. I saw a young genius. Dr. Zhang tilted the phone slightly so that the nurse could see the young man. Huh? A genius at cooking? The nurse laughed and thought that Dr. Zhang also liked watching this kind of program. She had seen the show on her mobile phone. It was a reality show called Understanding that specifically selected couples to participate. This issue is the most popular, as it seems that the secrets of this couple are very shocking. It seems he is good at cooking as well. The audience said he is a national chef. Zhang Dingfeng answered perfunctorily, and then his eyes widened in disbelief. Not only cooking, but also novels. He is a national chef when it comes to cooking, and netizens should not be deceived by this. The name of the novel seems to be called Healing Tips. This work seems to be highly praised by the audience. If a person is very good in 3 fields, is he still a human being? National chef? So that's how it is. Anyway, it has nothing to do with us. The nurse was stunned for a moment, then said indifferently, a national chef is a national chef. What is a national chef? A chef from Dragon Country? There are a lot of them. There are chefs from Dragon Country everywhere. There's nothing strange about it. Seeing the nurse's performance, Zhang Dingfeng was too lazy to explain too much. He thought the nurse was ignorant and didn't even know the meaning of national chef. A national chef is a national-level chef, which means he is very good. All right, I don't really know much about Zhang Dingfeng. Sorry for the joke. Tell me, what do you want from me? With his airs, Zhang Dingfeng drank the precious tea sent by the patient and immediately regained the attitude of a superior. I almost forgot about this. A patient who had a tumor surgery came to the hospital and gave you a banner. I wanted to give you a red envelope, but I know your rules, so I refused. The nurse slapped her head suddenly. She was also 40 years old, and things were not going well. In just a short while, my attention was attracted by some program. These patients are really something. Why do they send me so many banners? This is what we should do. I have more than 30 banners here. What will other doctors think when they see them? Dr. Zhang criticized it righteously. I think this kind of action can easily upset other doctors and is not the desired effect. The nurse beside her nodded repeatedly, agreeing with what Dr. Zhang said. I knew you didn't value these banners very much, so I let them take them back. The nurse chuckled and felt very proud of her tacit understanding. As expected, she is the nurse who has stayed with Dr. Zhang the longest. She can stay with him for so long because she understands Dr. Zhang's temper. Other nurses would only serve as Dr. Zhang's assistant for half a year at most and then be transferred to other positions. But she insisted on being Dr. Zhang's nurse for a year. Zhang Dingfeng's hand holding the teacup trembled, and his expression became more solemn. Sister Wang, you have been with me for about a year, right? Yes, it will be a year soon. Well, I think you should try other positions. It's not good to always be by my side. Let the newcomers learn. Zhang Dingfeng still had a serious look on his face, and he was thinking this entirely for work. We need to give new people the opportunity to grow, and we can't always let Sister Wang be our nurse. Yes, that's why. It was definitely not Sister Wang who made his banner disappear like that. Absolutely not. Ah! Zhang Dingfeng is very sure. Chapter 0086. It was a close call. It was almost exposed.